Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In studio is Wekesa Eric with our guest, Dr. David Matsanga. He's a political analyst on this channel, and tonight we are going to examine the UDA performance in its nominations. The headline reads Deconstructing UDA Shambolic Nominations. He will have the pros and cons of the whole process and give us the insights. Sometimes things appear more than what you see on the screen. So that's why we need insights to understand what was going on and what is the implication of the outcome of the UDA nominations. I will begin by asking Dr. Matsanga as he introduces. I think he's now known on this channel. He will not, maybe briefly for those who are new, but he will tell us from the perspective of nation, UDA giants fall.
Yes.
Are you seeing giants there? So you can make your introductory remarks and comment on that.
Thank you very much. First of all, viewers, happy Easter to you. Happy Easter holidays. Wherever you are spending it together with your families, relatives, I pray for the sick ones, those who are not able to be watching the TV as we are doing. We pray that the Almighty God catches their hands, handles every aspect of their health conditions until they get healed. I pray for everybody in Ukraine, in Russia, in the entire world, what people are going through, the hunger-stricken areas of the world. I pray for them. Jesus said, "It is finished," yesterday, as he bought the last time. Therefore, I will begin from there. For the whole of that last 2 weeks, I'm Dr. David Matsanga. I'm a political strategist and a political spin. I studied spin doctoring, not spinning, not medical, spin doctoring. I have papers in the subject of spinning and strategy and risk assessment. That is what I studied. There are several branches of political science. I specialized, then later on went to conflict resolution management and mediation. That's why you see my record of conflict resolution and management has been very real, and plus my type of activism. I studied international law also as part of my subject. For the last 2 weeks, I've been saying Kenya needs a new donkey to arrive in Jerusalem. And that new donkey is Raila Amolo Odinga, which must arrive in the temple and sweep away the corrupt, the thieves, the traders, the gamblers from the house of God. That one, I can see it coming. Starting from "it is finished," let me look at the perspective of the nominations of UDA. They were very good boxes, well-arranged boxes, but very poor content and a poor management of such scenarios. Behind the scenes, there were already a lot of grumbling that we saw. Some people did not want even boxes to come to their areas. There are some polling stations in Kiambu, in Mount Kenya, where boxes were opened polling booths were opened, but there was nobody to vote. At least I know of about 10 to 15 of them where boxes were opened.
Just continue.
They were opened, but nobody came to vote. There were instances in Kiambu, in Embu. Then we came to Rift Valley, where boxes, people were really angry, violent. In the Embu one, boxes.
Kindly don't unmute. Kindly don't unmute.
Were banned. Some of the boxes were banned. Okay, let's look at the type of election. The only thing that has impressed me, I don't support William Ruto. I will never support William Ruto, never. Even when Angel Gabriel says support him, I will not. I have my stand, and that is my stand. Up to the end. You can go and hang on a transformer if you want, and leave me alone, but I will not support him. Point number two, one of the things that impressed me was the younger lady, 24 years old, who silenced a loud-mouthed woman who has been condemning, insulting Raila Amolo Odinga. But it is not only the insults that I was not happy about. Ruto should have done a negotiated democracy for this younger lady. If you are a hustler, you must be helped. First, this lady was stopped from going to see Ruto in Karen house. She sat there for over 10 hours trying to say, can I go in? I'm an aspirant. They looked at her and they said, what type of aspirant can this one be? So ladies and gentlemen, those watching, the type of discrimination of your saying this party is for hustlers, the downtrodden, and then you come and stop one of those who has no means, who did not come wearing a suit, who did not come driving a Prado, a V8, a Range Rover. What type of party is this? This is not the party for the people of Kenya. It is a party for populist arrangement, incitement of the masses against the people, against the government of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. That is it. The party was formed to incite people. And that incitement is really something that we have got to look at. And the populist strategies of Ruto are the most dangerous strategies that you can never talk about in Africa, because they can lead us to a very big conflict. First, they brought what we call dynasty versus a hustler, those who have and those who don't have, claiming that they represent those who have. But if you look at the party, if we deconstruct it now, the people who have taken the seats are the ones who have. There's no Mama Mboga. Where is Mama Mboga? Where is Boda Boda? Where is one Boda Boda man who has won a seat? Show me one. If you can show me one, I'll give you 1 million shillings. I have the money. I'll give you. Because mine, I don't steal like a Ruto. Mine, I work hard. I work hard. I don't steal. I've never stolen. Ruto steals. There is nobody who has got a Boda Boda man who has won a seat, even an MCA. There's no Mama Mboga. Mama Mboga is being used to wound hook people, the helpless civilians of Kenya that is fighting for us. Where is one Mama Mboga? Where is one Boda Boda as an MP? Show me one. Who came as a Boda Boda and was allowed? I will give you 1 million bob. Yes, this is Matsanga. I speak my mind. What will you do? Will you change my age? No. I've seen a lot of coups. I've seen over 10 military coups. Has Ruto seen even one military coup? Rubbish. I don't take that type of nonsense. I've seen 10 military coups in my own country. I've served the president. We were overthrown and we came out with nothing. 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 Petit. We landed in Kagamega Buhungu Stadium with nothing. So what has Ruto done? When I was landing in Kagamega, where was Ruto? Was still a student. So this thing of underrating people, that is Mama, it is Mama Mboga party. Mama Mboga party iko wapi? Just be honest and say, I want votes. But don't tell people, this is a part of Mama Mboga. We are fighting for Mama Mboga. Show me one MP who is Mama Mboga. One, none. Two, certificates were given by Thursday from my intelligence network and research inside UDA. You know one of the things that, have you ever seen Itumbi write about me? You tell Itumbi that write the name Matsanga, he run away and write in the, have you ever seen him write? Oh, Miguna. Have you seen? Read them right. I'm not this bloody fucking joker. No. You don't write about me. I've suffered enough. Yes. You don't. Even a lie. I told him don't write about me. I've suffered. You leave me alone. I've seen too many things. I speak my mind. But I want to tell you the truth that Ruto will not get the presidency. They gave certificates on Thursday. On Wednesday. Things were already done. This is just window. You know that girl. Most of you don't know the trick that Ruto used. Anybody who voted for BBI or who had sympathy for BBI lost. It was well planned that that lady, the 24-year-old in Bomet, it was planned that Sosoni, the Secretary General of NAT, was going to be kicked out. Does it worry you that it was only in Bomet where a 24-year-old was already told you will win the seat to show as an example that even a 24-year-old who is a student of a bachelor of science, she's not a Mama Mboga, that one. She's not Mama Mboga. Because she's Mama Mboga, we are talking about the people who are selling sukuma wiki, selling chicken, selling this like in Webuye when I go Kaburengo. Those are the Mama Mbogas we are talking about on my way home. But this lady was already assigned. If you didn't know, I want to tell you the truth. They had already arranged that that lady who cried tears and Sosoni and others we are going to fall. They had given them arrangements, they were assured. Does it show? Ruto even sent people there. Talamu was in Bomet. We follow his phone also if he doesn't know. He was in Bomet, busy. That is the spokesman of Ruto, communication director. They were in there telling the people that don't give that woman. The woman is about to tell the story. Already, Kate Waiguru has told the story. I think you have seen it on wires already. That Ruto has been panga watu. When anapanga watu already, certificates were already issued. That is the mess. Okay, let's come to Mount Kenya. I am telling you, my people listening.
Now, before you go to Mount Kenya,
yes.
Before you go to Mount Kenya, let me ask you one, and then I will have one question. We go to the next part. I've seen people argue that the way Ruto planned the Rift Valley nominations is to have nobody at his level. Yes. Anyone who was trying to raise the head, he go down, so that he remains with the people he can control. Can you tell us,
yes,
elaborate more on that?
I don't know how it slipped my tongue, but that's what exactly I was going to tell you. It is very clear that Ruto's arrangement, Ruto does not want anybody who reasons like Matsanga or any of you on the platform. Ruto wants people like Farouk Kibet, the killer man, the man who finishes people for him. You know, when Farouk comes near your house, you know you are the following day, you are gone. So you have to be careful. Whenever you see him, run very fast. So, look, he wants people of that nature. People whom he can control. A dictator will always want people he can control. Ruto is a very brutal dictator. In 2013, Ruto came, and even 2013, he planted all people, his people only. The Itumbis. Itumbis were his people. They started, you notice that the president was wearing a red tie. Uhuru was wearing a red tie. Ruto was wearing a red tie. There were people who were in the State House informing Ruto that today is wearing cufflinks that are blue, and Ruto would wear that also. So Ruto is a Nikolai Machiavelli, not even Nikolai Machiavelli, but Fanon Fanzi. Fanon believes in the wretched of earth. He creates violence. He wants people that he can order around like a Oscar Sudi, that go, get on a plane, go to Kampala, go and carry my money. Go on a plane, go to Turkey, Dubai, go and do this. But if there is anybody who reasons in Ruto's office, you will have a problem. You can't work there. You either end up in a very big mess. That is true. Wekesa, it is correct.
Thank you. Is there anybody who has a question on the Rift Valley nominations, UDA? Before we move to Mount Kenya. Yes, Wangira.
Ndugu Matsanga, how are you?
Yeah, fine. Thank you, Ndugu.
I'm just trying to compare the two scenarios. The scenario in the Raila wing of Azimio and the scenario in the Ruto wing of the Kenya Kwanza. For example, if you look at the scenario in the Azimio Kenya team, you realize that there are some royal soldiers that Raila Odinga cannot afford to see them taken down, whatever the cost. For example, if you look at a guy like James Orengo, Raila Odinga will stand with James Orengo, and perhaps that's the reason why James Orengo was given a direct ticket, because of his loyalty and faithfulness to the party. If you look at a lady like Gladys Wanga, you'll see the same. And I think the same applies to Anyang' Nyong'o. But if you look on this other side of Kenya Kwanza, you don't seem to see that protection of the royal soldiers from William Ruto. Why do you think that William Ruto is not protecting his own royal soldiers the way Raila Odinga protects his own royal soldiers?
William Ruto, who tells he has not protected his own soldiers? Who? He has protected them. Do you see Ichungwa doing any nomination? Have you seen Alice Wahome doing any nomination?
You know, if you look from the Rift Valley perspective, from the Rift Valley perspective, you discover that he has not protected any. If you look at a person like Mandago has fought his own way. Charles Keter is already out. So if you look at it from the Rift,
you know, Charles Keter and Ruto don't work together. Even Charles Keter, I want to tell you frankly, from the inside sources of intelligence in Kenya, Charles Keter was even given this slot on the ticket of Gideon Moi's strength. I'm telling you, Ruto did not want Charles Keter to come. That's why Ruto favored Cheriot, that stupid young student leader from some place. I don't know which university is that. You know, look at that. Who came up was prompted by Ruto, paid by Ruto to go and finish Keter. And even this time, Ruto made sure Keter does not arrive near anything near the table. Mandago, do you know who Karoli is? Karoli Kibichumba is a cousin of William Samoei Ruto, who does business for Ruto in Uganda. That lawyer, I can give, he writes all the documents of Ruto in legal language. He was put on Mandago. In fact, Mandago is very lucky. Mandago is very lucky to have won the seat because of his own popularity. But Ruto did not want Mandago. Ruto wanted Kibichumba Karoli. Kibichumba Karoli is the sister, is the brother of Wamatangi's wife, called Dorothy. Did you know that? You better know that today. That's why Wamatangi left us. And you have seen how Ruto has propelled Wamatangi versus Waititu, Kaboko. There is a bombshell coming here. Their cousin is from Taruvo. Hello? You Kenyans, you don't see this? So the guy wants people that he can command. Did you know that Wamatangi's wife, Dorothy, is also standing in a constituency somewhere, also seeking, having been married to a governor of the so-called man who wants to be a governor of Kiambu. So you must see the link. Why Ruto has messed in Kiambu. Why Kiambu people did not come to vote? Because I sank that information and intelligence to them that this is a network. Wamatangi was our chief whip. He was stealing things from State House to tell Ruto. And I was telling him, don't say how, but I am. What will you do? Yes, I was not looking for him to do any harm, but I was following everything they were doing. Up to now, I know what they want to do. They are embarrassed. There is a big fight that is going to come from Kiambu. Have you seen Moses Kuria say anything anymore? They are finished. They are finished. I am telling you, they are finished. I want you to go to my page and mark the percentage I am giving you. I studied polls. I am the one who taught the professor Kagwanja. He didn't know how to do opinion polls. I have taught so many of these guys, I can't mention them here. If my poll is wrong, you will tell me. You tell me. I do it every 2 weeks. Look at that poll. I don't favor. If Ruto passes, Raila, I will say he has passed by 1 mark. I will not
Your
say,
polls are useless.
yes. It doesn't matter.
Kindly, Pen, you ask for permission. We don't shout.
No,
You ask for permission. You are
say,
given. You ask a question.
I am not going to argue with you whether they are useless or not, but keep them. At least you read them. Don't be a hooligan.
No, if he doesn't play by the rules, we kick him out. This was an exclusive
Don't worry.
interview.
No, I am also a street boy. If he brings it, if I know where you are, I come. My friend, don't.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's not clear. Yes, Matsanga, give him the dose.
You know where Kesa. These men from here, they threaten people, but they haven't seen other people. Eh? They threaten people. You threaten lawyers every day. Yeah, you people. Well, that they are useless. Then why did you read them? Why don't you go and read other things? Can Ruto even grow one plant? Ruto can't grow one plant. He started plants, but he can't grow a plant. He only steals maize, which is already grown.
Thank you. Thank you. So
Let's
are we done? Anybody who has a question, the Rift Valley part of nomination, we want to move to Central.
There is Madam there, Selina Sengo.
Yes.
Yes.
Selina, ask your question kindly.
Yeah, my question is actually about Nandil's constituency, where today they were pairing one aspirant, and they were coming up because Keteri is very strong. I want to say the people that they feel like they are strong-minded people. So they were trying to come up to tell Barasa, I see Barasa, I see Kositan, I see Sudi. They went to Nandil constituency, and that is my home. They wanted to tell people not to elect Keter, but I'm really telling you what the people are saying. They told him to stand in that party, but he will come back. So as Dr. David amesema ni ya kwamba as Kenyans we need to be sober, because everybody, I'm wondering even people, everybody who comes from KKA side or UDA side, the only thing they know is to abuse.
Yes.
They know how to
Selina.
Yes.
Selina, kindly clarify, you are talking about Nandi, and there is Ketero of Nandi and Ketero of Kericho.
Talking about Ketero.
I'm saying Ketero of Nandi. We have two.
Because
there
of
is
Nandi,
Ketero.
Nandi, the nominations had not happened. I think they postponed to Monday.
I say they were not happened because they lost one of the candidates, and today was the funeral. So instead of them coming to funeral, they all of them come to hang up. You know, like they say, don't elect Keter. Keter is not he is fighting Ruto. Don't elect Keter because he's not a yes man. But I'm saying the people of Nandils, they will get Keter back unless they rig him in their nomination. And I'm wondering even why Keter to go to that party. He should have even stayed, or he could have even stayed independent.
Alfred Kattel is a strong candidate. He's a friend of mine. He's a younger man who speaks his mind out. And Ruto doesn't like people. I've told you, Ruto does not like people who speak their minds out. That's it. It is the bottom line. Some of us have worked with Ruto. At least we know. In 2013, when Ruto came...
The last one, governor of Nandi sang. They were also fighting him, but he managed to come back. The women reps, all these young people that have come, even the lady of 29 years, women rep, they are not in their side. So the new people that they came, they were not supporting him. But all those people who are supporting him and say yes, all of them, they were kicked out.
Let me tell you, the type of elections that have been arranged.
After that, Alex, you ask your question.
Annette?
Yeah, after that, finish that, and then Alex to ask the question.
Okay. What I was saying is the whole of Mount Kenya, believe me or not, and let's not waste time. That's why you saw me writing on my wall that squabbles which are in Azimio must end by Sunday, by Monday. That's it. We must end those squabbles. If Kalonzo is coming, we want him to come. If he's not coming, let him not come. We are not going to go back, forward, left, in front. We are going to defeat this boy. By August, we shall defeat him. I've never been on a side that loses. I have never been in a side that loses miserably. Never. Even Liverpool loses and comes back, which is my side for 46 years. So I'm telling you, the squabbles in Azimio and the communication setup in Azimio is what I'm targeting, and I'm telling them off. I've told them off. I've told Raila off. I've sent him a message and written to him. I said, this is not very good. If we are going to pull and come back, pull and come back, we are wasting time. We have caught him here, the mountain here. He is in chaos here. People are not happy. And I told you here, we case the other time, that when comes August, these guys will sleep until 7 o'clock. He said the votes, which day is this? They will not vote.
Now, hold there. We are coming to the mountain. Ask Alex, ask you your question.
Alex.
Yeah.
And the rest, if you have a question, you lift up
your
hand.
I just had a quick comment from what Selina said. And I wanted to assure Selina that the young man, Alfred Keter, is very smart. During the funeral of Kibor, they wanted to push him, especially Kostanyi. Because remember, when he was coming on the podium to speak, he was kind of ganged. They didn't want him to speak. But the church leadership said he must speak. And he came to speak. They pushed Kostanyi behind and made sure that he has spoken his mind. He is the only leader who spoke more than 10 minutes. And in those 10 minutes, he spoke in Nandi. But you could hear a section of his speech was about fertilizer. 2 days after Kibor burial, whatever he talked about fertilizer was implemented by our Minister for Agriculture, that is Munya. So you can almost understand why they refused him to become the committee chairman of agriculture. And that's why I keep on saying, let us elect leaders who can become chairman or committee members of parliament. You choose a useless leader like Sudi, he can't be elected anything close to any committee. He will just be a committee member that is told what to do. But people like Keter, young men, if they could have been in the ministry, in the committee of agriculture, today the people of Rift Valley could be having a fertilizer. And they need to hear us speak that. The people of Rift Valley, you need that young man. He cares for you and he knows your problem. So if you elect him, we must make sure, though he will be in UDA, he will be the chairman of the Committee for Agriculture because he cares about your needs. So as you go to your nomination, make wins the nomination and eventually wins to be a member of parliament.
Alex, let me say one thing. Keter both parents came from Kericho. Keter actually is a ladies because the father, veterinary officer, that he came to Nandi, you know the way we love cows. The mother is a doctor. They both come from Kericho. But the Nandi say, we are electing Keter as our son. He's not even a Nandi. So all these people are fighting Keter, but he's a strong man. If we were to go like Keter was from Kericho, he should have not been elected by the Nandis. But he was born in Nandi. We came from the same sublocation, the same village. So Keter is very strong in Nandi, and they wanted to come and say, you see, Keter is from Kericho, the way they did Langat, the Langat that is in Mombasa. Is also half caste Nandi. The father is Nandi. The father is Kipsigis. The mother is Nandi for Langat. But for Keter, both parents are from Kericho. But we love him. He's our son, and that is why he has taken that seat for the second time. Alex, they will not get him out. They are trying to fight him, but the Nandis are very strong, and they will support Keter. Thank you.
Yeah, and the people like Kostani is a PA. Do you people know that Kostani was a personal assistant of Ruto? He conned me $2 million. He's a personal assistant of Ruto. Yes. Didn't you see me celebrate that he will never come near power again? He's the one who said, asked me to help Ruto. And he kept on taking money from Ruto to say he's paying Matsanga. He never gave me a single penny. So I prayed my knees every morning until he's no longer anywhere there near. He was a PA. Because Ken is a personal assistant for business. If you can go everywhere, he's the one who collects these Chinese, Asians, who brings them. You could go to Intercontinental Hotel. You find him in a suit with Chinese seated to go and see to do corruption across Annex building. So, you know, God pays. And hapa hapana huko. Yes.
Thank you. Let's have this clip kidogo, and then
as of right, can approach the committee within 48 hours after the course of action or upon the crystallization of the course of action. They will then have to serve that particular application or complaint to the respondents, that is the National Elections Board, and to the competitor within an hour, and they will have 12 hours to respond. We are giving an assurance that the committee will do everything within their power to deliver fair and just decision at least within 24 hours. Importantly, this committee is independent and it's going to conduct its duty with impartiality. We are not we are not under the control of any party organ. We are not even under the control of the party leader. So any member who has any issue, we kindly urge them to approach us as opposed to taking any other route. As you can see, we are having situations whereby aspirants and their supporters are demonstrating at the party headquarters and the party offices. I think with this institution in place, this is the safest and the best route to take, as opposed to demonstrations or confrontations. So not unless the media has any questions for us, I think we will stop there, but importantly, we are urging members that the committee is up and running. They can approach us anytime, and we are giving time, we'll be giving updates so that every member can know what is happening in respect of dispute resolution.
There you are.
Okay, that's a committee for dispute and resolution, kind of. So I wanted you to talk about the organization of UDA for the nominations. They had their tallying center. They had the dispute resolution. And McHugh, this committee is judging, if you are a presidential candidate, you pay 500K.
So
Governor 200K. Yeah. So I wanted you to help us understand. Is it fair for a candidate?
Yeah. On top of that, Wekesa and Matsanga, there is an argument within UDA that why is it that even those people who have lost, not only lost, where that there were nomination conducted, they were given direct nomination, and their money has not been returned. But if you want to make any complaint, there is a complaint fee. Now, does it even make any sense? Why would you pay a complaint fee and there was no nomination done? Is that even fair? Thank you.
First of all, let me tell you, Mama Boga and the border man will pay 500,000 for arbitration. Where will the people get the money? You can see the whole thing was designed for rich people, not for. So the policy of bottom up is not there now. Because if you are telling people that if you have a complaint, you come and pay 500,000, 200,000, 300,000, where will people get the money? Mama Mboga cannot be there. It is better to discuss good politics in Africa, to build Africa, to make Africa better by saying the truth. This whole thing, before I forget this point, Mr. David Ndii, Dr. David Ndii, is the one who did the bottom-up policy. But David Ndii told the wife never to stand on the party of UDA. David Ndii's wife is standing as an independent in Kiambu gubernatorial elections. And she's saying differently about bottom-up policy. She doesn't agree with it at all. So if you have your wife with you and you live in the same house, the same bed, she's saying something different about the policy that you have given to people. How does this policy work for the people of Kenya? It's a fraud. So the whole thing is a fraud. It was set to get money and they are being caught. After these elections, by Tuesday, the repercussions are going to be huge. The mountain will be different. That mountain that you see will be different. The mountain is going to change once Kenyatta steps out of his state house and flies in there, starts making campaign from door to county to county. It will be a very serious thing that you have never seen. So for me, I'm already, saying the squabbles that are in Azimio, La Umoja, Kenya, One Kenya, must stop. And we go in the region. We have managed to solve the problems of Mombasa and the coast. They will be solved. Kilifi, we don't have too many. Yes.
And then there is another issue to do with the mountain. We saw people who are dispatched to go and manage the mountain.
Yes.
Murkomen, Koros, and Didmas Baraza was in Laikipia.
Yes.
I didn't see Didi Nyoro, Alice Wahome, and Rigathi Gachagua doing anything on the mountain. What is your perspective as you also talk about the numbers, the turnout? Some say 10%, 22%.
It doesn't matter which numbers. It matters what you should mind about now is the voter apathy. There is going to be a voter apathy. You have insulted their child. You have insulted their son. You are insulting the son. A Kikuyu will never forgive you. Take that to the bank. They are like a Baganda from my country. If you insult the Kabaka in Uganda, however good you have a policy, however good your policies are, Kesa and the listeners, a Muganda will not give you a vote. Shona in Zimbabwe, you can't go and tell them Mugabe is stupid, and you get a vote from them. The Zulu in South Africa, you can see even Zuma was a thief, but they said he's not a thief. You saw how they wanted to block. They blocked the whole roads. They wanted to protect. So expect a voter apathy in the mountain, a huge one. People will not turn up. Ruto has damaged his own campaign. Thanks God. When gods want to kill you, they first bring you up to that level. Then they bring you down. He's going to pay for the damage of going there. Have you seen Moses Kuria writing on Facebook? He's God. He has no words to explain about the governorship. Who is to take it? Everybody wants it. But Ruto has made a point that he wants Wamatangi, who is a brother-in-law, to control that place. So you will see a lot of voting out. People are going to vote out. Kabogo, the Who's, they are going to vote out. You can't insult their person and you expect votes. See in Nyeri, you show me. Let me ask you, how many votes came out of Nyeri? Nyeri was almost empty. People were not burdened. Meru, people were not burdened. Because there is a question of, you have already selected the people you want. You have given Kachagwa a direct nomination. So what, Kachagwa was your point man, well, your mafia man. So people said, so why do we go there? Why do we waste the time? Why? People were given direct nomination tickets. Direct nomination, let me tell you, in a good organized parties, like a Labour Party where I belong. I live in the United Kingdom and I belong for 37 years. I've been voting Labour Party until we came to power in 1998. Direct nominations come to people in areas that are not marginalized, but areas that are safe constituencies. I was going to be elected the first African to be elected direct from African continent in Croydon Central constituency, because it was a Labour majority and I had done well. I had risen to the rank of a PA with Robin Hood. We were moving in Serbia, everywhere. I met so many Kenyan troops there. I was working with Robin Hood in the Labour Party. I was going to be nominated. I was actually told, next election, you stand in Croydon Central. But because of Mugabe, when I came out, I disagreed with these guys on Mugabe. They removed me. The party said no. He has disagreed with Clearshot, openly with Robin Cook and Tony Blair. I told them I cannot side with you to kill an African. But I was going to be the first directly elected MP in the House of Commons. So direct nominations work that way in good organized democracy. That they know the constituency of Bondo. It is a constituency of Siaya, is a constituency of Raila Amolo Odinga. About 99% of the people, leave 1% of PLO Lumumba who does not like Raila. The rest are for Raila. So they give you a ticket. That is not a problem. But these tickets that are directly given to Ndindi Nyoro, you are killing your own voters. If you give Ndindi Nyoro a direct ticket, you are killing voters. What it does, Ndindi Nyoro does not have even the money he has is Ruto's money. So he was given a ticket because of Ruto. Because Ndindi Nyoro, don't forget, Ndindi Nyoro was working on he was my presenter on my TV before he went for elections. I was paying him monthly 20,000 bob, 5,000 per week for petrol. He was my analyst. So where did he get all the money to have a direct ticket? He worked corruption with the boss. So in a nutshell, the mountain has a problem. The mountain will not give Ruto the vote. That one, we only need Azimio.
Okay. Do we have any question on the mountain?
Daktari, on the issue of apathy, I think we need to make it clear so that we don't misconcept the whole idea. The apathy is within those people who so say they're hustlers and the people who seem to be talking about Ruto. I don't believe we have apathy when it comes to our people, the people who are convinced that the leadership of Mount Kenya this time around should be around still in Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta's hand. And when we come to August, I do believe that those who have been silent majority in Central and they are in Azimio are going to come in full swing. Don't you think so? Or you think overall Central is going to have a voter apathy?
You want, can I lecture, teach you a bit of why voter apathy occurs?
Yeah, you can tell us that and also analyze.
What causes voter apathy? One, lack of education. Two, choice of candidate. Three, what is in for me? Four, and a very, 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 very crucial, number four, the question of overall national politics. Those factors cause voter apathy. What is it in for me? Why am I going to vote? Sindio Kenyatta was there 4 years, we have finished. And he's going to be the chairman of Jubilee Party. He's still our Mofamaki. Yeah? We shall go to him if we have a problem. He can stay at home. The youth who are 3/4 running around Ruto, most of them have not registered. We have more party members of UDA registered in Mount Kenya than voters themselves on the younger men on the ticket. You saw that very well. Didn't you see that published? There are more people registered in political parties than people registered on national voting register. So how are you going to vote when you don't have a voter's card? How? Your name is not on the voter's card. That brings the item of what am I, why am I voting? If I'm voting to be beaten. Another point which these guys listen is this election going to be violent? Once they listen that there is a violence thing coming, some of them will even pack their goods and go somewhere else until the voting is over. So there are factors that have created voter apathy. Demarcation of constituencies. You have refused the BBI. When the campaign heats up, the question of BBI is going to arise. Who refused the BBI? We have one constituency, one county with 2 million people receiving the same money with a county with 300,000 people. That politics is going to play on the voter. The voters will have a problem. They could go now and vote Azimio, yes, because they say Raila did a very good job for us. He was bringing us more constituents and more development. This other party did not. Remember, we are not analyzing Azimio yet. We are analyzing UDA inroads in Mount Kenya. Isn't it, Wekesa? Debunking UDA analysis. When a time for Azimio comes, we are going also to say what Azimio should do and not do in Mount Kenya. What Azimio now should do.
Yeah, I think you are.
I finish this point that what Azimio needs to do right now is to change the communication status of the party called Azimio, the coalition. The people communicating are not very good. We need sharp communicators. We need people who can now use this chance that has arrived, and we need to go on the ground. We need to leave squabbles. The deputy president, the vice president Kalonzo needs to come back and talk these things in-house, not to have this man every time. George Soros, people like that senator of Kitui. I know his background. He's George Soros. There is no difference between him and George Soros. He used to write articles for George Soros, for Macau Mutua. I know what they did to me. They wrote very bad articles on me with Kitui Senate. You know? So they have come here. He's the one who is eating Ruto's man at night. And then coming here to say, no, we want the vice presidency. If you want the vice presidency to be the running mate of Raila Amolo Odinga, there are ways now. You are in Azimio. Why don't you sit down and discuss? Why? Why are you going on national television creating us a problem? Everything that they are doing when Kenyatta is involved, they say it should not even be the chairman of the council. You see, it's a structure. You need a guarantee. People have been running away. You need a guarantee. So Kalonzo has got a guarantee. The guarantee there is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And then you turn around, you say you don't like him to be on the council. So we are wasting time. We are wasting time. And I've sent a letter to Raila. I don't want to publish it so that enemies use it. I've sent it to him. He got it. I don't fear. Look at my eyes. I don't.
Thank you. Thank you. Guru, do you have a question? Katwe Muse?
Mr. Matsanga.
Yes.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Now, you have made very definitive statements on the win by Azimio against Kenya Kwanza. Yes. Do you have any data to back up that? Especially because there are also rumors that unconfirmed that Ruto has penetrated parts of Coast Province and Western. Could you be kind to share what you might know about the patterns here?
Yes. Now, you are saying Ruto has penetrated the Western. Which Western? The one where Kesa comes from and the one I know.
That's what we hear.
No. Brother, the one where Kesa comes from and the one I know, maybe he has penetrated the planet in Venus or Mars. But
if
he has Masanga. Yes.
I wanted to tell him this. In La Bungoma, which voted largely, it had four MPs for Jubilee. Right now, if UDA can get an MP, maybe Barasa. The rest are going home. So I don't think even Ruto can pull up what Jubilee got in Western.
A man like Senator Malala.
What about the Coast Province?
Senator Malala will not come to Parliament. He will not be the governor. He will be flawed. Very badly.
You have asked about the cost. The two constituencies that went governorship for Jubilee. This one is Kwale and Mutwap. Is it Mutwap or what? Yes. Those ones are still coming back to Azimio. So at the cost, you will not get even one governor. That one.
No, the cost, Mr. Guru, the obstacle cost has got one significant county. If Mombasa votes that way, the cost votes that way. Raila has solved the Mombasa issue yesterday. He did. Between Shabiru and the son of the former mayor, the late mayor Nasir.
There are those who say that Mvurya is very strong. Mvurya
is second term. He's finished. He's not coming back. You know, Mvurya is not contesting for the sake. He's not.
But is he influencing the voting patterns in Kwale?
I have told you the voting pattern of cost depends on who is in Mombasa. If you have studied Kenyan politics very well, they don't vote differently. That's why you saw the other time Raila swept Mombasa, and they went and swept Kwale, and they went and swept Kilifi, Malindi.
And let me just tell him about Msambweni. In Kwale, we lost it because we divided our votes between ODM and Wiper.
And the Wiper.
If we didn't do that, we still would have got that seat. So he won narrowly. And right now, the candidate who is strong on the ground is of ODM. So I don't think the way you are putting it is right.
Do you think the tyranny of numbers of the two communities between the Kalenjin and the Kikuyu will have an effect like it had in the last two elections?
Which tyranny of numbers of Kalenjin and the Kikuyu? The Kalenjins have no numbers. Where are they? The numbers here, the Kikuyu, yes. But I've told you that some of these Kikuyu will be annoyed. They will not come. I'm telling you, you will ask me on 10th. These guys, you have insulted their son. They are not coming. They are not going to come. You have insulted
I wanted to
man.
say something, Wekesa, about cost. I see today all Muslims were in the State House celebrating their Ramadan, and they say they have already consoled Coast, they have consoled Mombasa, and all their votes is in a block. So if you say that, and again today all the Muslims and they count their daughters and sons that Uhuru had given them chance, and they say we are coming here today, and we know next time the government that will come will support us. And Joe was there, Balala was there, Amina Abdallah was there, and that is when Uhuru told them, and they say, who is safe as Muslims? Who are we safe? Which hands are we safe? So that shows you that when Muslims did something during Ramadan, nobody will go against it. They say they are going to Northeastern, so they want to put all their votes in one basket, of which it is Azimio and Baba.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I was telling you, even Jubilee did more homework in the cost than UDA.
Yeah.
You can imagine, even after King breaking away from ODM, he decided to lap it in Azimio and not go the other direction. And you know how many inroads Ruto has made in Kilifi. So if he had made an impact in Kilifi, I can tell you King could not have come back.
Yes.
But King realized to develop his party, he still needs to run alongside Baba. Let's have Alex. You have a question now. We have Muse, then Alex. Katwe, Muse, Alex. Ask your questions or your brief comments.
Katwe is not hearing. It's frozen. Katwe.
I think. Are you? Amehang. Let's start with Muse.
Actually, I wanted to. I wanted to.
Are you having network challenges? Let's have Muse and then we come back to Katwe.
Thank you, Bwana Wekesa. Can I come in?
Yes.
Can you hear me, Wekesa?
Ask before.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, proceed.
Yes.
All right.
Let's have Muse first.
All right. My question was on Dr. Matsanga on the African democracy and the
African democracy and the what?
Katwe, you have a network problem. Let's have Muse first. We will come back to you.
Thank you, Bwana Wekesa. I'm Muse, because I'm Muse. Are we together, Bwana Wekesa? Thanks. It's my first time actually to be on the panel direct, but I've been behind for many months listening, and I like this particular panel. I'm very happy to see Dr. Matsanga been following his history, because as you have seen, the Muse means an elder, a Kikuyu elder based in Nakuru. I'm a Jubilee member. I'm Azimio. Now, maybe I've come a bit late, but I wanted to ask Daktari. The other day, I saw the Secretary General for UDA, that is Madam Veronica Maina, saying that 32 counties are under lock for UDA. We have 47 counties. So Azimio and Azimio, we're only taking 15 counties. So maybe I'd like more information from Daktari, maybe ask that information, or from any member of the panel. And also maybe to agree, I said I came a bit late and I found Daktari talking. There is no way Central will go the UDA or Kwanza way. One thing, this time there will be no kumera. Kumera ni ile kutokea kama suraku. So one thing, the turnout will be lower. And Uhuru has been winning because of that kumera, 98%. And actually the differences between him and Raila has been very minimal. So if there's no kumera, and Raila maintains other areas that has been his, he'll be voting for him. So the question is, because also, let's say, I mean, the diaspora a bit in Kenya, in that I was born and brought up in Rift Valley, in Nakuru actually. But I know our leaders, for example, in Nakuru County, most of them are Kikuyu, the 11 constituencies, they are in Kwanza. But those are leaders, I say, they know why they are in UDA or Kwanza. Somehow, maybe through money, or they were ringing during nominations last time, whereas Dr. Ruto was the head of election board. So I have just brought those basic comments for Daktari to tell me and to assure me that it's just a threat by Veronica Maina that 32 counties in Kenya are under UDA. Thank you.
Yeah, I think UDA is just numbers on social media. They haven't sunk to, honestly, there are numbers on social media because there is nobody reasonable on the social media writing facts from Ruto's side. All what they are doing, as Madam said, Selina Esego said, their role is to come to insult. They come to insult people on social media. I'm one of those who takes 20,000 insults every day home because I defend Uhuru Kenyatta. About 10 to 20,000 every day. All this, all that. I'm happy because you want to change me. But there is one thing that I want to say. Yes.
And Daktari, you should also tell him that the list which they have produced today, I saw the list of the counties and the governors. I think there were the 3 already. They have given some direct nomination for governorship, only 33 for UDA. And some of them, you look at them, you know this one, like Lodebe Trukana, that one just count out. He cannot beat Munyes, come rain. So when you look at the list already, you know that the list will go even up to almost half. The rest will not make it. So that is not here or there. We can see the list and we can know who is a strong candidate and who is not. So proceed. And then we had 2 hands also. We had Wangira and was it Alex? There were 2 hands.
I have another problem with the UDA. They have a problem of borrowing numbers. All their accounts on social media are fake. You speak with Chinese, you know, dead Chinese. They have bought dead Chinese who answer. If you want to test, if Moses Kuria writes something 1 minute, you will see 20,000 people answering in 1 minute. That is how you tell that this account is a parody. And therefore, these are people to impress to get money. There is no genuine account in UDA that you can say. So their voting field is on social media. There is no 32 counties that they have got. There is nothing. How do you tell me Bungoma, you will take Bungoma, Lusaka? With his record of failing elections, Lusaka might not get it. Wangamati will beat Lusaka flat down. But you can't blame Lusaka because he went back for a wheelbarrow. He bought a bigger wheelbarrow. So you can, you know, there are some people in Africa that...
Yeah, for your information, he failed to show up at DP's office to be unveiled as a candidate. He doesn't want to associate with those sites while he's on that site. He's still a friend of Uhuru.
I know him, he's a friend of mine.
It's a shame, really. It's a shame. You can't stand up.
What happened was, I think Lusaka would be a hypocrite to have done that. It is like the revelation of Sakaja. Sakaja registered long time ago, like last year, as a member of UDA.
You know we have 2 Sakajas. which is Sakaja.
No, the Kosgei. Kosgei Sakaja.
Kosgei. Oh, so Sakaja Tata.
Kosgei.
You know, there are so many things that I cannot say here, but let me keep quiet. Which is Sakaja?
Oh, okay, Matsanga, one minute. You know,
yeah, and before you say, Alex, actually, before you say, Katwe, you had a question or a comment? Because you are having some network challenges. I don't want to leave you behind.
Up to now, his network is stuck again. Katwe is just smiling to himself.
Katwe network is bad. Katwe, what you should do is take the video off. Katwe, take your video off. Your audio will be much better.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you take your video off, your audio, that way. But anyway, let me finish quickly. The man called Ruto coerced these people a long time ago when he was saying that he needs a bigger party. By now, you have come to understand Mudavadi did not know. All his people were in UDA, including the man called Lusaka. So Lusaka was ashamed that he was not going to be given a Ford Kenya ticket. He was just really going to receive a UDA ticket. That was a big embarrassment for him. And I think he couldn't handle that embarrassment. There is nothing like Ford Kenya for him. Those people, all of them, including Malala, they are running on UDA ticket. So they've been registered. And you know, the law says you have to be a member 6 months before. So the question is, when did they register? All this time. And that's why we keep on now saying that from what Muturi has done and Lusaka has done, the so-called impeachment was real. Had Raila not come in, these people had made up their mind that they were going to impeach the president. Thank you.
No, on that one, that you are right. We know we got intelligence much earlier, like 2018. I remember we sat down with somebody who confessed that they have been collecting money. They were collecting money, and I know him. I don't want to say him. Murave, we had a man, a very senior man in this country, who was on corruption charges. He came and agreed that all people on corruption charges were collecting money to pay MPs, over 100 or 200 MPs, for each to be paid about 100 million each to impeach Uhuru Kenyatta. We got that. There's nothing to hide about anymore. That was there. And we knew. He gave us the clue long time ago. I was in Murathe's home with the guy. So we knew everything, what they were trying to do. But all the same, all this, let me tell you, they will come to zero. You know, you cannot, I don't see where Ruto will get the vote. Where? You see? Where? Where will he get the vote? Where? He will not get the vote in the mountain. The mountain, those boys are going to sleep up to 8 o'clock. Then they wake up and say, hey, what has happened? They will not come. And you know, there is also another obstacle that you people should know. Yesterday, is ICC.
You should just say, Matsanga, you should just say they will keep off the same way Alice Wahome kept off the nomination.
Exactly. Exactly. They will not. They will not appear. You cannot insult their person and appear. And another factor that Alex raised, which he did not go deeper to say, there is no candidate. The time, you know, I have been there. I have been on this other side. Because I'm now on this side with Baba Raila. We on this other side. The danger was our man is in here. He's being pressed down by Raila. So come up, whether you're in hospital. Are you getting me now? But now Ruto is not there. Muse will tell you that that's how they came out to vote. Our man is being done. Raila is finishing us. That was 2013 and 2017. We mobilized on that basis. I'm sorry to say this now.
What is it, Selina?
I wanted to ask, I want to get out a little bit. So I wanted to ask a question, Dr. David.
Yes.
David, I have two questions. One is for Kenya, and I'm sorry, guys, one is for Uganda. I'm a Bobby Wine supporter. But before I go to my beloved country, Uganda and Bobby, I want to ask you, Doctor, how do you see this campaign in Kenya? Because as women, we say, okay, us too, we are voters, and we want a running mate to be specifically a woman, but not a woman, Martha Karua, because all the women in Kenya are supporting Martha Karua as running mate. Again, this is Kenya. I want to ask you something about Uganda, and I've been telling Kenyans that they should learn, because this person is a friend of Museveni, of which they have killed all the people in Uganda, grabbed everything in Uganda, and I told them, if it is not for Bobby Wine, even though he's not a president, but he was elected president, if you could tell me those two questions, I want to take my client somewhere and come back. I hope I will meet you. But now, if I can get that, I will be grateful. Thank you.
Let me begin with the one of Bob Wine. Very easy. The only constituency in Uganda that won, I won the vote while I'm seated in London, is my constituency, Bududa constituency. It is the only constituency outside Uganda. And the people in Kenya here always degrade me. I am a very big organizer. I won a constituency while I'm seated in London. The only constituency outside Uganda that gave Bob Wine an MP called Nambeshe. Nambeshe is the leader, is the chief whip. He's my cousin. If you look at him, we lost our uncle. He's my cousin. I won that constituency. Flat out. Miles, almost 10 miles, 1,000 miles away from the African continent. You can't pass there without talking to Matsanga nicely. From the time I left up to today, you cannot win anything in that constituency without me. On question of Bob Wine, ma'am, African politics, Bob Wine has done his level best, but he's still a younger man who needs guidance. He doesn't know how to handle serious political equations. He's my son, because I started politics when he was not born. He was born in 1980 with my firstborn daughter.
82, yeah. Yes.
my firstborn daughter is older than Bob Wine. So why I don't take active politics in politics actively? I have daughters and sons who are already big. My last born is 22, 23. So 8 of them, they are already there. From 23 on to 43 now. The one of them will take on what I have done. I don't think I can go to Uganda and start running for a constituency. But on Bob Wine, he's done his best. He tried, but he should also accept the rules. Once the Supreme Court says it is over, let it be over. Rule of law, whether it was bad or not, once the Supreme Court has ruled, you don't oppose. I have lived in the United Kingdom for 37 years. I have been
to that we agree, because we have leader of opposition, and he agreed to take all the yes, the NUP say they are option, they are not opposition, and that is why he took leader of opposition and all other things that they do in opposition side. But for Bobby Wine, I think it is because of the young, okay, like Kenya. I was saying, why is Ruto supporting Museveni and he's a dynasty and he leave alone Bobby Wine as a Keto man and he came to Kenya, he's fighting people from Kenya and call them dynasty. So for me, I was like, okay, if you are a genuine, you want Keto or you want these young people, you could support that man from Uganda so that we know we don't want to deal with these dynasties. So he's doing double click. I'm a Kalenjin. Myself, I know the deputy president is my neighbor, but I differ with the politics that he's doing. So I'm supporting Bobby Wine, yes, and a great supporter of Bobby Wine here in US. And one day I sit with Ruto, with Indy, and I told him, when you come with Asola Nation, you could have even say people power because it is in the constitution. Instead of using Asola, you could have take a word like people because people is everybody. Anyway, that is a topic of another day. I would like to invite you one day when I'm with my comrades from Uganda because they opt me too. So I will want one day for me and you to have a word with these Ugandans because they are loving people. They do a lot of work in diaspora. And you see the other day when they brought this, the speaker that he died, Ugandans were asking simple question. Why are no hospitals in Uganda? The whole hospitals are in Kenya. And when they demonstrate, these people from North, Museveni wanted to use that to block Bobby Wine. But thank God, the people from North say yes. The people in diaspora were asking, why are you bringing the people in diaspora to get medication and the people are dying in Uganda because they don't have any hospital? I want to tell my brothers in Kenya that we are much better, but if we go in the wrong direction and vote for these people, you know now Uganda are coming to Kenya to get medication. Can you imagine? Where will we go? Ugandans feel like Kenya is their home. We have a lot of people in Kenya, but Kenyans have to be wise. I like what you are telling Kenyans. You need to tell them the truth and let them see what Museveni has done to a good country like Uganda until it is zero. Thank you so much. When I get you, I will be okay. If we don't, you give Wekesa your number so that I want to talk to you maybe in one. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
I will give you my.
And then I leave. I want to know about the women of Kenya, Alex, before I leave.
Yeah, but we have to go back to the topic. We are almost going. We are starting the other live debate because Matsanga is a special show. It's a few, and we were concentrating on UDA nomination.
I request one thing. I request and I say, let him tell me about the women of Kenya. We have done with Uganda, but I request him to tell me
we had a topic, it was a special topic,
so
and I think Wekesa said we stay on topic because he has left. I have to keep what he said. Please.
Selina, yes, and then we shall see what happens. Raila is coming to US on 21st on Tuesday. You ask him that big question. He's coming with all of them. Raila is coming.
Selina, your question.
Raila is coming with Martha Karua, with Kalonzo, with everything. Macau Mutua, they are coming for a tour in USA from 22nd. Now prepare yourself and ask them. They will answer you. I can't answer now. Yes. Yes. They are coming.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much, Mama Selina. Katwe, is your network okay so that your hand has been up so long? Katwe, can you ask your question?
Katwe, ask the question.
Katwe, toa video, Katwe, and you speak. Your video takes a lot of your network. Yeah, we'll be patient with you, Katwe. Continue, Katwe.
In the meantime, let me ask something.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you give us the status of ICC case that was concluded the other day?
It is a very simple answer. They have now got the records of telephone conversation. That's one. Now they have got the money drawn from Amaco insurance company, which Ruto was the managing director then. He had not resigned. So money was used from Amaco. So you cannot be a managing director and the money is used, drawn from the account without your knowledge. So it is a conclusion. The conclusion of the case is in May, you have a game changer.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I saw Wangira, your hand was up. Wangira, your hand was up.
Yes, yes.
You have a comment or a quick question?
I have just two very quick questions for Mr. Mzee Matsanga. Question number one for Mzee Matsanga. Alex brought up a very important issue on what he called the silent voter. And you are also talking about what is likely to happen in Mount Kenya in the name of voter apathy. How do you balance this issue of the silent voter and the voter apathy in Mount Kenya, given that there are many people in Mount Kenya who are not that vocal but are likely to come out on the 9th of August and vote for Raila Odinga? Then my question number two would be on that clip that was played by Wekesa there on the Dispute Resolution Committee. That committee say that they are not under control or influence of any person or party organ. But looking at the way things have played out, and where very many people have claimed that they have been rigged out, and the amount of money this committee is charging people so that their disputes can be heard and determined, don't you think that this was a design that a particular people will be rigged out, and when it reaches to that point of them going for dispute resolutions, the amount of money that they will be charged will end up locking them out? And I'm raising that point because now presently under the Political Parties Act, there's a clause that says that you must first resolve your dispute internally before you can move to the High Court. So given that now guys here are being charged very huge sums of monies for their disputes to be heard, don't you think that this was a designed way that guys will be rigged? Then if you come to the party for your dispute to be resolved, we'll charge you 100,000 or 200,000 shillings, the amount of money that we know that you not raise. And by doing that, we'll have locked you out. Those are my two questions, Bwana Matsanga.
I think you have answered the second one very clearly. They just want to lock you out so that you don't come to complain.
Matsanga, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm
Can you hear me now, Alex?
Yeah. Go ahead. We can hear you. We can postpone Wangira's question. Go ahead.
Alex, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Now, quick one. Thank you so much for that kind of respect. I'm very much humbled. One, I just wanted to ask Dr. Matsanga this question about the relationship between William Ruto and the president of Uganda, Museveni. Do you think by them being associated about what they are doing in terms of the 22. And my second question goes to Alex, because Alex has mentioned something a little bit serious there about the law. There is something that he has mentioned that you're supposed to be registered 6 months prior to the elections, and that you must have resigned from your previous party to join a new party prior to the general elections. And this and something happened recently when UDA was conducting their party nominations. They used the register for IEBC. We did not get a verified register by the Registrar of Political Parties and IEBC. Do you think that the government is creating a lacuna for people to go to court and nullify the elections, the aspirants for UDA? Because somebody will ask this question in court. Did you resign before joining this party? And when did you join this party? If you joined 8 months before, did you resign? Do you think they are creating this kind of lacuna to nullify those?
Yeah. Let me start from where you have ended. If you ask me as a Matsanga, whether there is an election in August or not, my answer would be there is no election. It's just a battlefield. I don't know whether you understand, Alex, what I'm talking about. This is just a battlefield, preparing a battlefield. There is no what election? You can see you have just quoted a law where 6 months the Speaker of National Assembly was still there. He's a public officer. He should have resigned. Lusaka should have resigned. He's a public officer. When did they resign? When did they declare intentions? They are still there. So which election are you talking about? This election, the money to prepare the old election, an election where a voter's register is supposed to be displayed 6 months. 6 months. Up to today, there is no voter's register that any Kenyan knows whether he's a voter or not. You see that? Is that an election? We are preparing a battlefield. And I'm sorry, this time the Kenyans will be beaten themselves. It is you to be beaten on the streets. No, some of us will take cover. You know, you are preparing, honestly, and let's be frank. This is not an election. This election was wrongly prepared. And let's tell the truth. I told people that if Chebukati handled, if I were a Kenyan, I would have moved to court to make sure that to plead with the court to stop Chebukati from handling a ballot paper in Kenya. You have not opened the servers. You have not done everything. You are still going to repeat the same mistakes that nullified the other one in 2017. Which election are you talking about? Katwe, which election? There's no election here, Katwe. We are just electing to be beaten. So prepare for a bite. Somebody will bite your ear, you know. Another point you raised about Uganda. You see, I'm not a spokesman of the Uganda government to know whether Museveni works with who and who. I don't know. But from what I know is that the government of Uganda has distanced itself from the activities of the deputy president. He no longer goes there since the question of Harun Ayadin, the mercenary man, the terrorist guy who came from Turkey. He has not gone there again. I think the government has put its feet down, that they were duped and they are not being part and parcel of any games that can bring a quarrel between Uhuru Kenyatta and Museveni. Yes.
Thank you, Daktari. You can go back now to Wangira's question. Wangira had 2 questions. You remember them?
Yes. Wangira, you were
Yeah,
asking about. Wangira, you were asking about.
Do I repeat my question?
No, just give.
Yeah, you can refresh them quickly, Wangira, because I think WG also wants to ask a question. You can refresh your question quickly.
Question number 1, I just wanted him to try and balance for me the issue of voter apathy vis-a-vis the silent voter.
The silent voter will wake up to vote. The silent voter who loves Raila Amolo Odinga is waiting for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to step in and say, once he sees Uhuru Kenyatta on the campaign trail, that silent voter will vote. Are you with me now?
Yes, I am.
The apathy voter, the one who is going to be, who has been running around the Ruto's rallies, that one will continue drinking Waragi until the morning.
Thank you. WG, I saw your hand up, and yeah, WG, you have a question or a comment? We can't hear you, WG. You muted again. WG is gone. Muse, you had a question too.
WG,
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. This question is directed to Daktari. He has said something that's a bit frightening, that there are so many things that are not in order. So at this point, even the elections for August are null and void. That's a bit frightening. I agree there could be so many things. How do you solve it? By extending the election time period, or what? Actually, that has raised some alarm, a bit of alarm to me.
But I'm being frank. Frank.
Please advise on that. Do we start working on extension of the election date, or what?
Can I tell you the truth?
Yes.
If I were a Kenyan,
yes,
I would ask President Uhuru
because if you follow very well, Dr. Matsanga
who's talking?
Yeah, Katwe, continue.
Okay. Let me tell you, there are stages of a bad election. You can see them. The stages are very clear. One of the stages, you gerrymander. Is there gerrymandering in this election? Yes. The election has been gerrymandered. Already there are people who wanted constituencies. Already there are constituencies that might not be there after 2023. You know that. Some people will not have representation. It's already gerrymandered. Already there is not enough money. You don't have money. We don't have money. There's no money. Up to today, the IEBC is crying for money. That cannot be a good election at all. And I cannot sit here and tell you, I am happy there will be an election in Kenya. Which one? This is the preparation of sticks to fight. The other worrying factor that tells you that there is going to be more tussle at the end of this election is the way the UDA is doing its nomination. I want to predict on this television that there will be more independent MPs in Kenya in the next parliament than before. Put put your money here. There are going to be independent MPs, very many. Because what is happening in these old political parties is like what happened in NRM in Uganda last year. Uganda parliament ended up with over almost 102 independent MPs. They can veto you. So you expect independent guys, very many. Some of them might say, okay, unanikataza, wacha niende kusimama independent. And they will win the seat. Another factor is today, Chebukati is still looking for money. Today, Chebukati has not displayed the register of voters, which is supposed to be registered 6 months before. So as we sit here, Guru, Muse, Wagira, Wekesa, Njiru, Oti, Katwe, you don't know whether you're a voter or not. You are like a Matsanga who doesn't vote. So we are together in the same vote. Tuko pamoja, haki. Mnyenye mjui kama muko voters. Because the voters register has not been displayed as by the law. So Muse,
thank you, Matsanga. As we finish, I still feel some questions need to come from the mountain. Wacha nichokore kidogo na hii video.
Njiru. There's Njiru from Njiru must be from Kirinyaga.
Correct. Nitakuuliza swali, wacha tuone hiyo video. Nasikia unaniwekeza, nataka kupeana.
Ile wiki tutaona mto ya machozi, a flowing river hivi iko na maflood ya machozi kutoka Karen kuelekea mashinani. Watu watalia pale Karen kwa ofisi ya Ruto, sababu hii ni ile wiki anapanga wa Kikuyu wanapangwa wakae kwa mtaratara. Hii ndio ile wiki tutaona raw dictatorship, na vile community yetu tutawekewa togege huku. We shall see them, sababu ile kitu Ruto alifanya 2017 kwa nomination ya Jubilee, sasa ako na second chance kwa chama yake sasa yeye mwenyewe ya kupanga wa Kikuyu na kutuwekea togege. Si utaona hapa Kiambu, Wainaina wajago, alafu unasikia certificate imepewa wa Matangi. Unakuja Nyandarua, badilisha, unasikia certificate imepewa Njoroge Mushiri sababu wako na kakiti, atanunua certificate. Unasikia mtu ako na akili ametolewa, mumewekewa Kagege. Mtu wako na akili ametolewa Kawanjiko. Mtu wako na akili ametolewa Waitito. Mtu wako na akili anatolewa mnawekewa Faith Getau. Wewe ngoja uone. Careers za watu, political careers za watu ambao wako na potential hapa mlimani zitapangwa hivi kama kuni zipangwe. Zimwagiliwe petrol, zipigwe kiberiti. Watu watapotelea hapa. Very potential leaders. Utawaona wakilia huko. Watasononeka na kusaga meno. Lakini huko Rift Valley nominations zitakuwa very fair. Na unaona kitu wanafanya, wanaweka very smart people. Unasikia doctors, professor nini, au ndio wanazimaba huko Rift Valley. Lakini hapa tunapangiwa togege namna hii, watu watalia. Wewe ngoja ujione.
That was the prophet of the mountain. He prophesied what is going to happen in UDA nominations. And now, Njiru, ask you a question as Matsanga responds to that video.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Matsanga, for coming to grace our discussion. When we get somebody from outside, we always get a reasoning voice from somewhere else. I have two questions from you. My question number one is 2022 is not our first election. We have been doing elections. So based on your observations, both on the constitution and the process on how things are happening, can you predict a good election will happen in 2022? Are we going to have a credible election which people can trust? And do you think we might end up having very many court cases in both the Supreme Court and High Court of people claiming they have been rigged out or what? So naturally, your prediction, just give us your prediction based on what has been happening. Number two is you have seen how UDA has done their nomination this week. Which character can you isolate in terms of leadership, in terms of management? Can you try to tell us what does nomination from UDA speak about Ruto? Who is he? Just restricting yourself on the nomination. And then the last one is, do you think the president, that is Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, has an opportunity of still stamping his authority as the kingship person of Mount Kenya and driving his people to Azimio? So based on what has happened, do you think the president still has a chance to do something? Those are my questions.
Yeah. The last question, the president has a chance to do and can do something. That is for sure. He will do it. He's going to go on the ground. He will do something and they will change. The politics will change. The tables will change. That is the most important thing you have to mark. The other question is very clear. Ruto is a dictator and he has planned it. He destroyed Jubilee by removing the people he knew were going to oppose him if he was to attack Kenyatta in the later years. He removed them. He rigged them out. All of them. We left him in the secretariat and he ate the secretariat. Rigged the people out. Wakina Wakabando, Tetu MP, so many good people. Those people who could stand by now and talk up for Raila, they were removed. Stand by now, talk for Uhuru, were removed. And they went further, even in the State House, he removed some people. Some people were not supposed to be there. He said, I don't want this one, I don't want that one, I don't want that. That's what he has done. And he has done it now in the UDA. You are going to see more tears. The other question was, Wekesa, regarding, the first question was regarding, was it, Njiru, the first question?
I wanted you to 2017 and 2022.
Oh, look, boss, you want me to speak the truth? If I were Kenyan, I would run to court to ask the president, this election is not very good. It has not been prepared. There is no preparation here. That's the truth. And I don't know why Ogwambo is keeping quiet. They are not. Yeah, I don't know why Raila is keeping quiet. You cannot tell me that Chebukati goes to choose the printer from Greece, who is a business partner of Ruto, who is going to print the papers, the ballots. How many ballot papers is Ruto going to print and bring them through to Okana? We shall have papers filling the boxes. This is, if I were the one, no, I will not accept. Look at the returning officers. They are selected. Chebukati has selected the people that he wants in the particular areas. So the 2022 and other previous, they are going, this one is more, do you know why it is more acute? Two men, both of them, nobody can concede results easily. Alex will agree with me and Wekesa will agree with me. It is not very easy for Raila to say yes, and neither is it easy for that Ruto to say yes. So such an election should be prepared in a very, very, very organized manner, not the way we are seeing the hiccups here. Of course, now someone brought a question here, is it a technique by the government? Is it Muse? Yes. Muse said, is it a technique by the government? It's not the government. The people themselves have flawed the law. and you will see very many people going to court. This will be a very frustrating election with court cases hanging on people.
Okay,
There's no election.
Matsanga, can you comment? Why do you think IBC is not prepared? And I think maybe they are trying to show some procedure. Can you try to isolate issues which make you that IBC cannot give us a credible election? Because that's a very serious thing, because both candidates should be worried. Can you try to isolate the issues, please?
Money. For example, money. They don't have enough money to prepare for this election. They were just given money last week.
Matsanga.
Yes.
I think also in terms of Raila commenting on that, I will put it in this perspective. You see, it is easier for a lady to shout in the public that the husband is molesting him than the husband to shout that the wife is molesting. It's easier for an opposition. It's believable for someone who is in opposition side to shout that there is a form of rigging. But when you seem to be working from the government side and you shout, people will look at you and wonder what's wrong with you. So the strategy for Raila to employ right now is not to shout, but to ensure that what is happening is done in the right thing. Otherwise, he cannot. Yeah.
And on top of that, before Matsanga you come, don't you think that Raila and the rest of the people who had interest with the BBI, they waited until the BBI verdict? Because one of the issues we wanted to know is the issue of quorum, which they said that we have always had quorum. Even if we kick out now Chebukati, we don't have to worry. Don't you think that this is the right time to start talking about it than before the verdict? We were walking on eggshells. Now that we truly know what's happening, it's easier for Raila now to speak from the point of information.
Let me.
Okay.
It is
you can respond on that. Then, Kato, what do you want to say?
How to speak from the point of information.
My other question is, before Dr. Matsanga also comes in, my question is, if you check on all the Supreme rulings on the presidential elections, starting from 2013, going to 2017, there is a certain pattern that the Supreme Court was ruling these cases. And all the Supreme cases were built on the process of elections. And if you check on also on all the petitions that were tabled that went up to the Supreme Court, one of the cases being that of Wajir, it was also on the part of the preparations of elections. If you check on the ruling of BBI, it was also about the preparations of elections. So I do not know, and I'm tabling this question not only to Dr. Matsanga, but to all panelists to jog on their minds in this sense. Raila Amolo Odinga knows how the elections are conducted. He knows all these court rulings, the way they've been going, the Supreme Court cases, the way they've been going, the BBI case. And now, are we seeing a choreographed kind of elections, or it is going to be somebody is just letting this thing to happen so that they can move to court? Is it Ruto or is it Raila allowing this thing to happen? Because I do not get completely how these people could understand that the process was a shambolic process and it was ruled in the Supreme Court, but they're still letting such cases to happen, like what Dr. Matsanga has mentioned, the issue of the ballot paper printing, the issue of the Kim's kit, the issue of verification of voter register. We are not seeing a direct process. So who is letting these things to happen? Is it by accident, or it is because it's supposed to happen? Thank you.
Brother, the things you have listed are very true. But at the moment, nobody is bothering about them until they pain us. You know, one of the problems of Africa, the danger of Africa, or the tragedy of Africa, is that we are not proactive. We are reactive. And that is going to happen. Kenyans equally are reactive. You are now beginning to react about this election when you have seen the mistakes. But we have been on this Mutembei TV several times from last year, isn't it? We have been saying this thing is not being arranged properly. People have not been petitioning their leaders. Now you have reached a point of kinaumana, titaumana. Mimi sitaki kuambia mtu ya hapa ya wrong, hii kitu itaumana. Because it has not been properly arranged. We are reacting to a situation now. We should have been proactive like a Matsanga. I kept on saying, raising a red flag against Wafula Chebukati. I said, Your Excellency, Wafula Chebukati is not supposed to be a chairman of an electoral commission. He's supposed to be a chairman of a village deep, cow deep, not a chairman of the electoral commission. He comes from Wekesa's home. He's my Luya man, but I'm sorry. He doesn't know how to organize elections. Wafula Chebukati is in bed with the Ruto. They are all the time talking. You see, we talked about do you remember we talked about Muturi? People were saying, Muturi is a friend, a relative, a very good friend of Uhuru Kenyatta. Where has Muturi gone? So for me, I'm a foreigner. I'm Paul preaching to the Gentiles. I'm a Gentile preaching to the Jews. I'm a case I leave my letter of Philippians chapter 4 and 3 and 4. Go and read that one. You see, and Alex, I am a Gentile preaching to the Jews. I have done my job. Philippa, my people of Philippa, don't cry for me. Cry for yourselves. After August, there will be no peace out of elections. Everybody will be complaining left and right. Look at the mess in the UDA nomination. That's the type of complaints that we are going to have. I submit. Okay, sir.
Okay, I think let me ask the panel, the guest first before we ask more questions. How long should we keep you here? So that we don't
I can see one, two questions. What time is it now?
It is 22:17. That is 17 past 10.
I am in Mombasa and I want to walk around the beach. Unfortunately.
So
yeah,
how many minutes can we keep?
Another so that, 13 minutes.
Okay, we are ending at 10:30, so starting in 12 minutes. So I ask the panelists to be short and brief in the questions. OT has come here and has not asked any questions, so we can give him a chance, and then Guru.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, and everybody. Okay, Mr. Matsanga, I'm a member of ODM, and I also support Raila, but you've talked of Chebukati, but I don't know whether I'll call it conflict of interest, because for the last two elections, I think you've been supporting Jubilee, and Chebukati has been the man behind all these elections. So if you are claiming, or say, I don't know, from in fact, I've trusted the sources of your information. So if you say that Chebukati is going to bed with the Ruto, then who am I to dismiss such? I want to believe that is a fact, and you've known of this thing all along. And if you're coming during the 11th hour to disclose this information, at the same time, I think I just want to juxtapose that you've also the same information you are relaying here. You have talked to your good friend, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, because Raila, I think Raila, you've not been in good terms for the 2013 and 2017, because I've been following you. So have you shared with His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta of the same? And then what is, if any case, then what is his response?
Yeah, I've been in good terms with Raila for a long time. Not only, the only problem is that you people did not know. Have you ever heard of Raila insulting me?
No.
If no, quote one day on any rally.
No.
So we are all...
Raila does not insult. Raila does not insult.
Yes,
he doesn't even talk.
Insulted Matsanga, never. But I've been critical of him as an editor to tell him, editor, here you are gonna go wrong. All of us were very big rebels. We in trenches. We have fought battles which I cannot tell you here. Don't forget Mwakenya. I was a member of Mwakenya. You have forgotten that? Both have been around 67 years.
He's a young boy. He doesn't know what Mwakenya is. Don't even tell him.
Alex, I know. Alex, I'm not that much young. I know Mwakenya.
So I have been, Raila, when we meet in the sauna or the spa, we talk, and he doesn't want anybody to touch me. Says you have suffered a lot. So he knows. We have told him about this. They know. They're aware of the IEBC shortfalls. They know. And for me, Wekesa knows I've been talking frankly on my television and other television stations where I've gone that the election of Kenya 2022 is not well prepared. I've not hidden. Because Chemkat can do nothing to me. He can threaten people. He can't write a letter to a diplomat that he come and meet you. Who are you? Who are you? Will write to me what? But I'm an African, Pan-African. I have a Pan-African passport. What are you going to do to me? That I come to your place to do what? I'm saying the truth about these things. Wekesa, I am saying the truth. This thing has not been arranged properly. You can't say up to this moment people are looking for money to do APCT. Last week, did you see that there were BVR kids missing? Did you hear that?
I heard BVR kids are KMC.
Yes. Wekesa, did you hear that? Or it missed you? So if you are telling me materials are missing now, who is taking them? Where are they gone? That's it. That's the reason why I am stating my facts. And I want you to record me that this man told us the thing is not good.
Guru, your question is related to that.
Matsanga.
Yes.
The judiciary has come to define us in Kenya so much. The cases that have come up of electoral nature are about processes. We already have information that Ruto has assembled a battery of 50 lawyers who started gathering facts long time ago. Do you see the judiciary playing a big part of our next elections?
It is a very big battle. And Ruto has bought the judiciary is in his hands. So already we have a problem there. You wanted me to answer point blank like that? We have a problem.
Yes. Point blank.
Yes, and Wekesa, I'm told there are questions for me on the chat. I don't know where they are. That people are saying,
checking. Are you finished? I'm checking. I'm checking for you. Finish.
The question. Somebody said I should compare Uganda and Kenya's democratization. Uganda and Kenya's democratization based on constitutionalism. Uganda has a different constitution. Uganda sacks the chairman of the electoral commission. The president can sack The Kenyan constitution, the president cannot even sack a fly. I've summarized it for you. Uhuru cannot even shoot a fly or kill a fly. He will be taken to court. But the Uganda president can sack the chair of the Electoral Commission, can sack the Chief Justice. Yes. You can't bring nyoko huko. You go. So your democratization process was cut and pasted from the US. And don't be proud for having a US constitution working in a third country. You must tamper this democracy with some harshness, like in Rwanda. Yes, I'm being honest. Africans need to be controlled a bit, like in Rwanda. You cannot go to Rwanda and spit on the road, on the street, or tea. You will be arrested.
Dr. Matsanga.
Yes, you will be arrested.
Yeah, ask your question.
Yes,
ask your question. We have 4 minutes.
Don't worry.
Daktari.
You ask me a question. I am ready to take them. Don't limit them. Yes.
Daktari.
I'm waiting.
Katwe, ask your question.
Daktari, my last question is my last question is
put your question in the private.
Yes.
Alex atakusomea.
So
Katwe network is not good. So Guru,
type your question.
Guru, I like you urging Matsanga to be point blank. The last time I checked, those who were point blank, kama Tony Gashoka, they disappeared. Tusikue point blank for a long time. Let's wait until your time to ndio disappear kama Tony Gashoka. By the way, Matsanga, where did Tony Gashoka go?
Unfortunately, I have not been his spokesman. I did not like his behavior, but I want to tell you that he's in Mombasa.
No, we missed him.
In the South Coast.
When BBI killed him.
No, in the South Coast.
Coast. It was not BBI, it was Kemsa which killed him when he started taking some harsh stance.
I know, yeah. That's why point blank, Guru. Point blank is good, but it will finish you.
Someone has asked what I can do for Raila. I'm doing quite a lot. You can see on the social media one man army. Wekesa is always there. I've threatened these guys can't touch me. They only come to insult, but in ideas I've put it, including the opinion poll that I'm making. I'm shaping up the way towards Jerusalem.
Yeah, he also said that the information he shares to him when he sees, like you said that the squabbles that are going on, you have written to him.
Sure.
You see, those are advisory. That's advisory.
I'm not supposed. Yeah. I cannot go there. I cannot go there and get a job as a technical communication director. I'm above that. I'm an advisor. I am in the 67 bracket here. I should give wisdom of the subject I know. And I say here,
Njiro, on issue to do with prediction, I don't think you need prediction. Matsanga had done an opinion poll. You have to check on his wall. He has done his opinion poll. As per now, I think with a 2% margin of error.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can check on his wall.
Finally, it could go up by 2 or it could come back, but Raila will win.
Okay. Kuna swali ya Katu anasema nini? Let me just post it here.
About the BBI. Yes, Muse has a question.
Ask the question as I post ile ya Katu.
Thank you. Daktari, you have been talking to the powers that be, and looks like they have not been listening to you, because it looked like this exercise of August elections is in vain. The people who matter and the system, you can't talk of, they are aware of all this. And somebody raised an issue earlier. Is it intentional that no actions to rectify some of these things? Is it intentional to achieve a particular result?
We have no time. They captured the parliament, they captured the MPs, they captured the state. Ruto captured the state and finished everything. You can see now, even if you move an impeachment motion against the speaker, there are more MPs on the side of Ruto than there. Than they are who can second the motion of impeachment. So we have a problem already. It's too late.
But Dr. Matsanga there, I think they have made a technical mistake in that. I think without enough insight, they have made their foresight very difficult in that. The so-called Ketu Waruguru and the people have been denied direct nomination, and they were the greatest noise makers between and within themselves, having been denied the direct nomination. Do you think they are still going to continue to be loyal to Ruto? Let's wait and see how the parliament is going to play. I bet my own prediction is, I didn't know they are going to do this. My prediction is, these so-called nominees that were aspirants that were denied, when they are coming to debate the finance bill, you know, when the budget is given, it becomes a finance bill, then you start debating. They're going to give Ruto a hard problem now. That is my prediction.
I don't think, I agree with you, but what do you wait in Ruto's UDA? There is an option of being an independent.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying they are going to become independents, and therefore they are not going to give the speaker very easy time. The speaker doesn't have the easiness that he had before. He had more MPs, but I think him denying people the direct nomination or having lost the nomination within UDA, they are a bitter lot. You will see people like Ketu Waruguru, they are not going to be as loyal as they used to be.
Ketu Waruguru is useless anyway. Even if you bring her back to Jubilee or DM or Azimio, she will say the same things. There's only one medicine to marry her to a very decent person. She is not worth it. That's all I can tell you. She will insult everybody, even us. The question of
I think Wekesa is a decent man.
I think what Alex is saying is either way, the numbers have been disrupted.
Oh, yeah, but
the sure bet numbers that Ruto had, he himself has disrupted them. We have used his own weapon to destroy him. So, and you see even the wisdom that came to the speaker to end the motion of Ruto abruptly. He knew this thing is leading to somewhere when they began discussing about land grabbing and whatever. So he realized this thing can lead to impeachment. So let's stop this thing until 10th May. So we have a period of reflection. So any numbers that are disgruntled are not reliable, whether they are not they are independent or not. They are not reliable for Hustler Nation for now.
The Hustler Nation has never had the numbers, has had hired boys, handout men. It doesn't have numbers, handout. You see, once these handouts evaporate, you will see nobody in Mount Elgon, Kenya, talk. Who is talking now? Go to the social media, everybody is quiet.
Once there was a problem, kwa sababu tulifanya makosa tukadelegate, rais akiwa party leader na mimi nikiwa deputy wake, tukaambia ofisi ifanye hiyo kazi so that sisi tujiondoe. Lakini that will never happen again, because the delegation ya kudelegate hii mambo ya nominations kwa watu wengine isiwe direct kwa party leadership, it was done against my advice. Mimi nilikuwa nimesema the only sure way is for us to be in charge of the program ourselves. And when I went with when we agreed with the president that I went and sat at the party headquarters myself, the nominations went very well, you know, and everybody got elected. And I have told the Jubilee, the UDA fraternity, that on the matter of nominations, I will take personal responsibility, because I have the experience, I have the knowledge, I have the understanding. I have ran these nominations for the last 25 years, and I have sufficient experience to make sure that the nominations will be free and fair. In any case, the nominations will actually build or destroy the party.
You see? So you tell me.
And the party died. And the party died.
You can see now for yourself, Wekesa and the panel. That's what the man says. And
he's pulling the strings from all the corners, in other words.
The party Jubilee died because of him. Now, here he's taking the same method in this UDA. These are more tears. Any more questions before I go?
Wacha nikuulize moja tafadhali.
Yes.
Mimi ile swali na kuuliza tu, according to you, how can you rate Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta presidency, and do you think between Uhuru and Ruto, who has done more work, and who should take the blame of failure, who should take the blame of success? Because I can see there is a separation ya yule mtu anasema nimefanya kazi sijafanya. Can you try to rate their presidency for the last 10 years? Who has done what? Who should take the credit? Has Jubilee government delivered? What is your take? Kenya kuna kitu imefanyika?
Yes, Kenya government has.
Okay, before you answer that, I also ask you the last question. And for me, it's related to what you say it is too late, which I think it's not, because I remember in the runners-up to 2002 election, where Uhuru was the KANU candidate. Even Ruto himself confessed there were plans. There were plans to make Uhuru president, but the plans were just thwarted at the last minute, and Moi had to tell them that they should prepare the concession speech, because he knew that there's nothing they can do at that last minute. So while they had worked behind the scene like the way Ruto is doing to have Uhuru be president, the plans were thwarted at the last minute. So there could be also a parallel team that is working on or monitoring on what's happening, and just to have it plagiarized at the last minute. Okay. I'm just saying that if you guys have raised issues and the guys seem to be comfortable, then they know, or who knows, if Jebkat is playing double agent.
Okay. On a serious note, we need a full day on that, because there are too many glaring mistakes that have been made in this election. And therefore, for me, on a serious note, we need to look at, take stock of what is available and not available, and tell Kenyans that this is not available. Up to today, even the voters register has not been displayed anywhere on website.
Yeah, before you move on that point, I wanted to ask, can we have 1 day a week just to be going through these issues?
Yes, on elections.
So that you are prepared.
I am ready anytime. For me, when you call me, I have so many mistakes Chebukati has made. Very many.
Okay, thank you.
That disqualify him. On the question of Njiru, Kenyatta has left a legacy. There is no way you will say the road from Kino up to Meru, Nyeri is going to be destroyed because Kenyatta is going. No, there's no way you will say this motorway that is passing over our houses now around Nairobi is going to be demolished because Kenyatta is gone. Kenyatta has done more under Raila Kenyatta in the distance. It was a disguise. It was a very good, it's a blessing in disguise that Ruto left us. And we remain in this side, and we encourage the president to do work. The president has done a lot of work. Surely, even if you don't like him on this one. Mupende kwa hii. Iko kila kitu iko natembea. The prices that you are talking about, Kenyans, is everywhere. Prices are everywhere. And I believe Nani, Mr. Alex and others, OT, I don't know where you live. You sound like you are in America.
I'm in Kenya, Dr. Matsanga. I'm in Kenya.
Matsanga on that.
Matsanga.
No, it's Wanjiru who asked you.
Yes, Wanjiru.
Wanjiru asked you the question.
Njiru, the prices, everything. You cannot go to Tesco, Walmart, Street Mart, Walmart and buy the full trolley. Alex is in America. Tell us the truth. Can you walk with a full trolley with $200? Those days you could go with $200 and you take 2 trolleys, they are full, isn't it? So now things are everywhere. Don't blame Uhuru Kenyatta. He's done his job. For us, our legacy is very clear. It's written on there. You will not destroy that road. Even Ruto is going to use that road. Raila will use that road. Whoever is going to come in here, which I believe is Raila Amolo Odinga, not this other thief. You know, this man is a thief. This one is a very big thief. You know, should not be allowed near there. He could even sell the state house logbook or land title. You see? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Matsanga. I needed to ask you quickly, given the fact that you have already said that you are in Mombasa, which means you are in Kenya. We recently have had an issue that it has been hard for me to comprehend. Last week, the company associated with Uhuru Kenyatta, which is Rubis, sacked.
Who told you?
No, I'm only saying what the newspaper was saying.
No. Who told you?
Wait, I finish.
No, because I am a public strategist for Uhuru Kenyatta. So when you start wrongly there, we go down floor. Who told
and
you?
We can go. We like you. That's why we are able to go down together.
Yes.
We like strong men like you. But from the information I've seen in the newspaper, you know, from the media, because all we can do is get some of this information we do not have. It is only written in the newspaper or said in YouTube. So you cannot discriminate between truth or lies. So basically, maybe you know more. But what we saw was the CEO, Rubis, finally getting fired. And we knew that his work permit had already expired long time ago. And immediately, there was a confusion in that we are not sure yet, and maybe you can tell us. Igade was chosen to be the CEO, the MD right away. Yet, he's one of the people we are looking into becoming the governor of Nairobi. What confusion is this?
First of all, there is no proof that Kenyatta owns Rubis. Yes, where is it? You have it. But there's a proof that Ruto owns Starbucks. Wekesa, am I wrong?
Where is the proof?
It is there.
That one I don't know. You prove to us.
I will bring the documents to Wekesa to forward them to you. All the people that are directors of Starbucks, which takes all your oil into Uganda, then bring it back, are relatives of cronies of Ruto. And they are the same that take the oil to Tanzania, maize to Tanzania, pharmaceuticals. You remember recently the Minister for Health in Tanzania was sacked. It is the same company, the same guys of Ruto. You remember Ruto's son, Richard, was supplying Kenya pipeline with what? With air or saliva? He was getting money, hot air, billions of shillings got lost. Ruto company. There is no evidence that Kenyatta owns rubies. So if Kenyatta was owning rubies, could he deport his own managing director?
And that is why I asked you, there's a confusion out there when people say that is company. And then all of a sudden we see Gene being, that he's, how can he hire somebody who even his work permit expired 6 months ago? So, I mean, those are the questions we are asking that maybe the media needs to up and be honest.
Does Kenyatta deal with who is the Minister for Immigration? Who? Matiang'i.
I think it's under Matiang'i. It's internal security.
So Uhuru Kenyatta does not issue worker permit. You should have gone to the man who knows whether the worker permit is finished or not. Let me tell you, on this Frenchman that was expelled or deported, this is look at his background. He's a member of DSGE. Formerly worked for DSGE, the external intelligence system of Total Oil. He worked in Total Oil. And whenever you see a white man saying he works for Total Oil, first go to his room in the hotel and check his bag. You'll find intelligence equipment. I'm teaching you something new, Mr. Alex. So, all this guy, the French guy, is a regime changer. You know, America is hiding one man that Russia wants so badly. And that one man is the only man who owns all banks in Paris. Without George Soros, no bank in Paris can lend money outside to anybody. It is his money. Russia issued a warrant of arrest. Why is Russia pounding Ukraine? It's because of George Soros. They are looking for targets that he built there. So, mark you, this guy who was in Kenya was conniving with regime change tactics to create an uprising. A few days ago on your TV here, Mutembei, didn't I tell you that some of these actions, Wekesa, could lead to a chaos and uprising? Didn't I say that? I did not know that this fuel, you saw the number of people who were on the petrol stations. You saw them. If those people decide to now march towards any building of the government, how many will you kill? So we should not allow some of those things to happen. They can lead us to very terrible circumstances. So I believe, and I am a strong believer that Uhuru Kenyatta has delivered. Uhuru Kenyatta is not the owner of rubies. He has known, I've looked at the papers of registration of rubies. I don't see Uhuru Kenyatta's name there. So I am assuring you he's not one of those. But I am aware.
Yeah, Dr. Matsanga. Dr. Matsanga.
Yes.
What I see in these people, they have energy to continue, and they are on an Easter holiday. So when you get tired, you can just leave. They will continue. They will continue. When they get tired, they will. I will close the station.
Okay.
So I have seen there are many questions still coming and comments. So I don't want to restrict them. They can continue asking, they can continue commenting. But if you are done, unaniambia tu inbox nitakuruhusu.
Utaniona na disappear quietly. But
Sawa.
before I disappear,
So,
let me make my closing statement now. Wanjira, unless you have something else burning.
Kuna Wanjira and Katwe, their hands are up.
Let me just ask you my burning question, Mzee Matsanga. And before I ask you my burning question, I just want to clarify something to my brother Alex. That claim that Igade is the new CEO of Rubies was fake news. So treat it as fake news. It was not true. So Matsanga, my question to you, you know, our 9th of August general election has been described by the Tangatanga group as an election between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. So, given that they are describing it as an election between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, in your own analysis, do you think that Uhuru Kenyatta is ready to lose these elections come the 9th of August 2022?
No. Uhuru Kenyatta with Raila Odinga, they will win the election. That's all I can tell you. They will win. I've never supported a losing side. If I saw it, I would keep quiet.
But Matsanga, that is where I have a problem with you. Which losing side? We have never lost, but our victory was always denied. Matsanga.
You have a problem whether that is why I am saying, Alex.
Our victory was always stolen. You stole our victory, and now you are saying you've never been on a losing end.
Alex, if you can marry the two, what Matsanga is saying, as a strategist, maybe that's how they wanted their victory to be. Okay, or in other words, he was on that side to ensure that they win.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Wekesa. I am telling this guy that you have to be smart. Alex,
but Matsanga, you are not very smart that time. You are thieving from us.
No, but Alex, let me tell you. You know, there are tools of analysis, tools of strategy, tactical and strategy. There are two things in political science that you must never lose an eye on: tactics and strategy. We now want to move Baba to tactics. We have had enough strategy. After Baba comes back from America, where he's coming, and I believe I will see
there we agree with you, but the history between us and you is very painful.
Yes, but
because of your tactics.
Dr. Matsanga said, I have come to reconcile myself. To wipe away.
There'll be no stealing this time.
Yes, Alex, don't you travel to Germany because Hitler was there? You go to Germany.
We love you, Matsanga, but that time was very painful for us. So when we remember that history, Guru laughs at us, and you know, we did not eat like 2007 Matsanga. We did not eat for 3 weeks.
Yeah, but let me tell you, it is. Have you ever heard of a man called Alistair Campbell? I was in the same class with Alistair Campbell, those bad boys of the world. And my lecturer is my person, the man who taught me tactics, who is dead, who stood for Fayad of Harrods. You remember Hayad, Prince Diana, the father of Prince, yes. Max, I was taught by Max Clifford. And Max Clifford told me one thing, Alex, that the best thing that you can do on planet Earth, if you are in public relations, is to support a wrong side. Are you hearing?
No, I hear you, but not Ruto though.
No, I'm not to support all the time. If you look at my history, I have supported always controversial people.
But this time you are not supporting controversial person.
No, I'm supporting Raila Odinga because His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has told me how high Uhuru Kenyatta wants me to jump, I will jump. How low he will tell me to go, I will go. But he will not gag my mouth. If Uhuru Kenyatta tells me now, we are going to Murang'a.
Matsanga, so unapangwa ama wewe upangwingwi?
No, me, nobody can panga me. Because for me, you know, kupangwa is to keep quiet. For me, I criticize. And I say, no, this is not very good. Because I've studied the tools. I have the tools of analysis. You can't beat me on tactics.
Daktari.
Yes.
Dr. Matsanga, my question is, my last question for you is this. You have been a strategist in the Jubilee Party for the last 2 elections, probably. And right now you're supporting Raila Amolo Odinga to win the presidency. And yet we are seeing William Ruto controlling a lot of controlling social the fourth media. Estate so much, because if you can see how William Ruto, the way is positioning his campaigns, he has taken over the fourth estate, in that the media is at its knees, is controlling the media in terms of propaganda and narratives to propagate him to these elections. Why are we not seeing a lot of workmanship from your side, helping Raila Amolo Odinga to control? Because if you can be able to control the fourth estate, you can be sure that around 20% of the general elections you are going to win. Even what Alex is saying right now, that the CEO for Ruby's, the Igade, it was not it was a propaganda propagated through William Ruto and his proxies, and yet we are not seeing your strategy coming to Raila Odinga. What can you comment on that?
That's a very good question. Let me tell you. And it is good, Wekesa, and all of you Jubilee people, ODM people who are here, who support Raila Odinga, listen. Raila, the mistake is Makao Mutua. He cannot be a spokesman of the group. Makao Mutua can be a very good lawyer, and I've spoken out Wekesa openly, change the communication apparatus. Why the media has been swallowed is there is nobody in the media who is answering what Makao Mutua, what Ruto is doing on the other side. Ruto is paying the media, the whole media, all directors have been paid. if they want Matsanga not to appear on the show, they say that 50,000, let him not appear. Because when I appear, I will speak the truth, and I don't care. Ruto has never removed me from prison. I removed him from the cells of ICC. His mouth was white. Yes, it's me who talked. All Kenyans, all of you had gone under your beds and locked yourselves in toilets because of Ocampo. Isn't it true? All of you, including that Alex there, they were running, hiding under their beds because they thought Ocampo had come for everybody.
No, we took Ocampo. I took Ocampo to see the lions. I was not hiding. You saw me.
Yeah, you are on the side of making sure that you fix
I'm also
them.
not afraid of Ocampo, Mr. Masanga. I'm not afraid of Ocampo.
You were afraid in
Bring
2009.
Ocampo now.
None of them, none of you could come out and say these cases were fake. And I came out. Up to today, I defeated Ocampo. Ruto came back. Ruto 68. Ruto was going to be jailed. You remember me and fighting together against Gladwell Otieno on TV. Didn't you see me? The Dutch police arrested me. They said we had touched Gladwell Otieno's breasts. You know, Ruto 68. I have done my best for this country. But the one thing I want to tell you, I am Paul, a Gentile preaching to the Jews. That's why Alex thinks
and
that
King Agrippa is not listening to you, Cindy.
The who?
You are Paul, but King Agrippa is not willing to listen to you.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me tell you, the Philippa people will listen to me. And that's why I'm supporting Raila Odinga at this hour, because we want to leave this country in safe hands. You cannot leave a country with people who go to Uganda and import maize. When maize is planted in the stores, in the homes of people in the Rift Valley. What type of government will you have if they have power to purchase?
But Mr. Masanga, this is the guy whom you yourself, you went to The Hague and you brought him back. So why are you speaking from the both ends of your mouth? He's a bad guy, but you went to Hague and you brought us more problems.
OT, now you are reasoning like a gentleman in Kisumu who would now start fighting me because I brought this guy back. Don't, Alex, please. I at that time there was a need consensus that these guys should be brought back. Nobody disagreed with that. Kibaki brought me. I was given that job by Kibaki. And I did my best. I have no regrets for that. Because, you see, ICC did not start in Kenya, Jamen, Wekesa. ICC started in Uganda, in the whole world. It was Uganda that was given warrants, 5 warrants of arrest. And I was one on the forefront fighting the ICC in 2005. You people started having ICC in 2010.
Daktari,
yes.
You know, every time we have a different debate, the issue of ICC must be brought in. Don't you think it tainted your?
No, no. It made it made me stronger. That today, in May next month, you will be smiling and looking for me. Because Gicheru is going to be sentenced to guilty verdict. And you can see your route of whether he will be on the ballot. Don't push me there.
Can you repeat what I've just said? Dr. Tafadhali. Yeah?
In May next month, the ICC ruling is coming. They have now finished. They brought more evidence of an insurance company where money was drawn. You saw that. Last week, they got all the telephone conversation from Safaricom between Ruto and Apollo Gicheru. So you wait for cut trees. Why don't you cut trees? Atwoli told you to cut trees. Once
so
they
what
sentence,
what impact?
If they sentence Paulo Gichero to guilty,
it's same as Ruto.
The judge, the trial judge, will ask for who is this man who was mentioned 874 times.
Hey.
The mafia boss, the boss who was the owner of the company that paid the money that went to kill witnesses. Therefore, he committed.
And remember, the case is more worse than the case that they had before. The case now is called perjury. Perjury is the worst case. It's worse than even capital offense when it comes against, coercing and hiding the evidence to convict. And remember, Ruto's case was never closed.
Hallelujah. Don't you see Matsanga very happy? Let me remove my glasses so that you can see me, Mr. Oti. Maybe glasses might deceive you.
Don't make Otigo look for something to drink right now, Oti.
It is late. I cannot go outside.
We close the show. We leave
Daktari saved him. He saved him, Daktari.
I did, but for now, he never even came to give me a cup of tea. He never even he never called me. Instead, he called Moses Kuria and
Daktari
gave them money to insult Kenyatta. Not me. I was not given anything.
On the same, Daktari, the two horses is Raila and Ruto.
Dr. Matsanga.
Let me finish that one. If
one person at a time.
Hello? If what you are saying, hello? I'm saying this.
Continue.
If what you are saying comes to fruition in May, and the two horses is Raila and Ruto, what happens to our elections in August?
You ask yourself a very good question. Don't you see how Ruto is planning his strategy of making sure that he has people who will replace him when he's gone? A warrant of arrest is different from a summons. He's not going to be summoned. He will be given a warrant of arrest because you have committed perjury against the court.
Thank you. I've answered, Daktari. Thank you.
Yes. So, that's Amepanga Mudavadi and a Panga speaker. How they can go ahead, but he will spend some time up there explaining. And the two, he has spoiled the relationship with Kenyatta. Now, when ICC said there is a warrant, who is going to cover him up? Can't you see that, Mr. Alex? Had you not seen that coming? Alex, didn't you see that?
But Matsanga, it's so sad again to see us going back to The Hague. Even if we don't like him as a country, the way we fought.
Please, I'm not there. Even this, don't say you heard me.
No, I didn't say I heard you. What I'm trying to allude is
Dr. David,
my
question is,
well, Katwe, go on.
But Katwe talks, we don't hear.
Katwe should permanently put his video off because his video affects his audio.
Is Katwe in Africa or in other places?
Katwe is a Ugandan. Katwe is a Ugandan name.
Daktari, I have two questions for you.
Who is talking?
One
Katwe
is on the issue of the warrant of arrest that you've mentioned, and I'm saying this. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I've put my video off.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, Kato is a Ugandan name borrowed by a Kenyan. I'm saying it's Kato talking. Yeah? I'm asking Dr. Matsanga this question. Now that he has mentioned the issue of warrant of arrest, of course, we are not supposed to be discussing that case, but it's just a small question on that. That there is something that happened to John Pierre Bemba. And John Pierre Bemba was a deputy president by that time, and he was arrested in Belgium. And we realized that when the ICC issues a warrant of arrest, they do not issue an open warrant of arrest to its subjects. Are we seeing a scenario like that repeating itself? The second question is, on the issue of, you've mentioned that you brought William Ruto from the ICC. And yet we had Moses Kuria men very, 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 very critical in 20.
Wekesa, Katwe, I have heard your question.
Yeah, answer the part you have heard. The rest, yeah, I type the way he did to post here. He's having problems.
The warrant of arrest after the conviction of Paul Kijero guilty, he could decide, the court could fine him or both. The fine is 200 euros, 200,000 euros, which he might not have. Or they can decide they pay the euros and also go to court at jail. So that if you hear the verdict guilty, found guilty, then you know your elections are in turmoil. Because the other judges could recommend that the people mentioned, the adversely mentioned, should be brought to court because they are criminals. If you are the managing director of an insurance company that was issuing checks of 50 million, 2 million, 5 million, 20 million to a same man who was drawing them the other side, what do we do? What do you do? That's a case already. You can't say you are not the managing director. You had not resigned. You can't say the checks were drawn out of your account. And two, you can't say the telephone, that's not my voice. They have got the Safaricom. You see, previously, this Alex knows, that's why he's laughing like that. Previously, Wekesa and the listeners, Safaricom used to hide so many things, isn't it? But now this man has antagonized even the men, the people of Safaricom. You call them names. So when they are asked about evidence, they surrender it. So the names, you see now we are making telephone. I saw Wekesa and Alex on telephone. The voice is being recorded by Safaricom. And once they want, with the current technology now, if they want to retrieve that voice, they will retrieve it. You see? And you will be found guilty.
Baz, karibu. Asante sana, Alex. I've been listening to Dr. Matsanga behind the scenes, and I am surprised by by what he has owned up to have defended William Ruto, but I think it is general knowledge that cases in court are defended in court. I did not see Matsanga anywhere in court, if I'm right. I think William Ruto was defended by the current ICC prosecutor, and the case was halted for many, many reasons. Another thing that I think one guy has asked you, Dr. Matsanga, where you are speaking on the both sides of the mouth. At one time you defended, does it mean that you defended somebody who you knew had committed some crimes, because you are now saying Safaricom can provide evidence? Are you saying he was acquitted because Safaricom did not provide evidence? Or you defended somebody whose case terminated because there was no evidence which you knew exists?
Okay, let me help you here. I don't know whether you know the terms very properly of the law. There is vacation. Ruto's case was vacated. Are you agree? Oh, don't use the wrong term, because I've seen you using Iran terminated. So let me correct you and educate you. Ruto's case,
Dr. Matsanga, I did not say terminated. I said halted. It was halted, which is the same as vacated.
No. Halting in English of Shakespeare is different from vacation. Please. I studied
there's value in listening.
Yes, I studied J.A. Bright, not Ogundipe. Therefore, you're a student of Ogundipe. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and talk. Ruto's case was vacated because he killed the witnesses. He made them disappear. He paid them to recant. Uhuru's case had no evidence. Petty. Evidence petty. If I can borrow the word of Luo or T, evidence petty, which is actually, they actually say petty. There was no evidence in Uhuru's case. That's why Uhuru's case will never return. Where? Unless you go and get that evidence from where, then you can. But Ruto's case was vacated because he interfered, allegedly now, with the men who are revealing in the court, interfered with the witnesses who would have already come in court and given evidence. Umeona, sir? So the Gicheru was a conduit who was paid to go and interfere with witnesses, kill some of them. If you refuse to take the money, you are killed. You remember Mr. Meshaka Yabei, his wife remained a widow. The husband was killed. You agree with me? So, Ruto's case, at the moment, is evidence was allowed as the judge, Paul Gicheru. They have used part of Ruto's evidence in court. Alex will tell you. And which is now becoming very difficult for you to say, don't, I am not concerned. The point that you made, that you never saw Matsanga, but you saw Matsanga on TV. Cases are not one only in court. Cases are one in lobby. You lobby, you advocate, you do activism, you open up corridors where injustice has not been done. I opened up bars and give me a credit. You should buy me even a lunch tomorrow. If we meet, I don't know whether you will even buy me because you look like you are a very serious man, very upset with me. Will you buy me lunch? The case, you should be proud of me. I came and said these cases were fake because the evidence, the INGOs, the Mr. NGO, one of them is up there. You see him. The man in America, Alex. He took Ocampo to see a lion in Mazoe. He has just told you. These were the guys, the NGO system. They came and planned, they said, Uhuru Kenyatta is 6 feet, 0.1. That's the one. Take him. Then Ruto is black and tall and white teeth. Take him. The other one is very short. What is him? Take him. These are the things. These are the things I rejected. They came to Uganda, they took the black people, the northerners, and they left the Bantu people, we Matsangas. I rejected. You remember 2005? The Uganda case. Do you see any Bantu name there? Do you see any Bantu name there, Baz? Tell me. Boss, I'm a veteran who knows everything about ICC. You can't undergrade me and say, I did not see you. Karim Khan is a thief who stole my evidence and earned money with Ogeto. You want me to tell you more, which I don't want to tell you here. And Ruto, I had no problem. I did not speak on two mouths. One mouth here, no. At that time, my focus was to remove Ruto and Uhuru from an obnoxious court. Article 70 of the Rome Statute is very dangerous. It put Bemba and the lawyer inside the jail. Both of them shared the cell because they tampered with witnesses. So, Mr. Baz, that is the point. If you are waiting for miracles, you wait and you are going to see them very soon. But I've just given you, I was giving you information that we might not have one candidate on ballot. If
Dr. Matsanga.
Yes.
Let me tell you that in every election in Kenya, there have been an object of aggression. And you did very well in 2013 when the object of aggression was ICC, a matter which you maybe had prior knowledge to. Actually, we came to know you through the ICC. And we never ever heard of you even before. And I don't think any other Kenyan can be able to point anything about you apart from the ICC issues. That point of aggression.
That's wrong.
No.
We knew him.
Let me finish, Alex.
Sky News. We knew him from Sky News. Prior to that, Matsanga was well known in various ways, unless you did not know that.
Maybe
Let me finish.
Were you young? Which primary school were you in?
Anyway, Baz is a young man. He was also.
Baz,
let me finish.
Don't speak for everybody.
Yes, Matsanga. Now, what I was saying, that object of aggression, that object of aggression cannot return. We are in 2022.
Okay.
I don't think whatsoever that the ICC issue is going to be an issue in this election. Totally. It is not going to be an issue.
Isn't it how many days? It is only 13 days to the end of the month.
Yes.
Between the 12th and the 20th of May, call me back here again. That's all. Tuachie hapo.
Kabisa.
Yeah, hata wewe mwenyewe unaona summary. You read the papers. They have said they have asked for evidence. They have asked for the company, which is Amaco. Who was the owner of Amaco Insurance? Amaco. Checks were drawn from there when he was a managing director. So you tell me that we should keep quiet about it and not be worried. We should be worried because it could affect our elections. If you are given a summons, look, if you are given a summons, you can go to the ICC and ask them to go back, isn't it? But if you are given a warrant of arrest like Gicheru went and he was put in jail.
But I think, Dr. Matsanga, it took a very long time before Gicheru was finally handed over to go to the ICC. So I think even if the warrant were issued today, it would still take a huge time, even maybe beyond this year.
Excuse me, with the relation, are you Ruto supporter? Let me tell, with the relationship which no, Jermaine, Baz seemed to be a good.
He's not a Ruto. He's not just a Ruto supporter. A staunch.
A staunch.
One.
And it's good you must tell your people who write.
Doctor is related to Wamatangi. Baz is related to Wamatangi.
Yeah, they are. The Wamatangi married Ruto's sister.
So that is the Baz cousin.
Oh.
Yes.
The lady who is married to Wamatangi.
Yes.
Yeah, Dorothy. Dorothy is the wife of Wamatangi. We know.
Yes, they are related with Baz, so that's why, you know.
With the Karori Kibichumba. This one looks like a Karori Kibichumba. So that is okay, but you better tell them that my brother, with the relationship which is there now, it is not like in those days, isn't it, Alex? That's what I'm saying. Ruto has now spoiled a relationship with the Chibicho Karanja. Those are the people who can protect you. Matiang, those are the people who cannot, the Minister of State for Security, those are the people who can say, this warrant can sleep here until 2020, isn't it? But if you are not in good books, then you simply get a plane and say, let him go.
And I would like to remind Baz that during the Kibaki administration thereafter, the state refused to give some information that were critical to ICC. If the state allows even the phone conversations to go to ICC, that is very dangerous. That is very dangerous. So if they give even the phones, it means they will give you. So don't take it for granted like that. I think Ruto fought a wrong thing. You fight individual, but don't fight the state. The state is too powerful to be fought. Baz, I think you should give him that simple advice. If the government can allow private conversation of phones and even M-Pesa numbers, plus even Amoco transactions. You know, Amoco transactions are typically very, very critical, which are hidden by the government. For them to release, it means they are ready to release. So that placebo effect you are giving yourself that it will take a long time, take it out of your head. Please, take it out of your head.
Once a warrant of arrest appears, it is not a summons. And the Baz is forgetting, those days it was a summons. A summons, you can ask for variation. A warrant of arrest, you can ask for variation. Am I wrong, Alex? And Wekesa, I'm not wrong. You can't ask for a variation of a warrant of arrest.
No, I'm not saying that way, Dr. Matsanga. I'm saying, the first time I heard about the warrant of arrest for Mr. Gicheru, I think must have been like a year and a half ago. It was a long time.
No, 2 years.
2 years,
the government at that time was cooperative. They were cooperative. They can hide you. But
what I'm saying is,
umekunia kila pale, all you have urinated on everybody. Baz, listen to me. Ruto has urinated on everybody. Businessmen, here's a fellow businessman, amewagonga deal, and Albaka stabbed them. He has urinated everywhere, to the extent that nobody wants to spare him. If there is a chance for him to go to the ICC, they will put him on a plane like a fly. Aende huko, asoti huko. Well, what will you do? You will make noise in the Rift Valley, in Tarubo, your place there. I know very well. I know where you come from, near Tarubo, there with Chibuchumba Karori. And the Chibuchumba Karori has no visa even to reach Hague. Does your brother Kibuchumba, I can see you even look the same. Does your brother Kibuchumba have a visa to reach Hague?
Okay.
Can I display
can you
my,
also give Kariwa?
Can I display my ignorance in law, or saying that I think a warrant of arrest is issued when you are summoned and you fail to appear. And in this case, I think even if Ruto is summoned, he'll just honor the summons, go to Hague like we saw Uhuru doing, and come back and continue to rule. And come back to rule. Matsanga, don't heckle me, Matsanga. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm not heckling. Now I'm just correcting you, because don't mislead the whole panel. We have been doing very well. You are misleading us. Sir,
I'm ready. I'm all ears.
The case of Pajari, Article 70 of the Roma Statute, is different from the case of Ruto the Sang and Uhuru Kenyatta, Mudhaura, and the rest against the ICC. You have committed a crime directly with Mlimani Court. There is no other exit here. No summon is here. It is Maraga or Kome you have injured. Kome has no journal to say summon him. Kome will say he killed our witnesses. We want him here by warrant of arrest, because it's a criminal direct. The other one is an allegation of criminality, but with a state. But this one is direct to the court. Article 70 of perjury, obstruction of justice, perversion of course of justice, and corruption, bribery. That is direct.
Daktari, utamuua na wisdom. Punguza wisdom kidogo, utamuua. You'll kill that young man with wisdom.
Use layman's language.
Password.
Unaona hiyo? So Kariwa, it is not the question of they will summon you, then no, it is a warrant. And once that warrant, you have to finish. You have to sort it there. You don't sort it with the local court. The other time the local court helped because the government was on the side, did not want ICC. But now you have annoyed everybody. Kariwa, you have annoyed everybody. Umekunya kwa kila mtu. You have urinated on everybody in the town. Who is going to spare you?
Dr. Matsanga, what if Mr. Gicheru is not found guilty? What happens?
That is a very good question. If he's not found guilty, he comes back.
And the narrative ends there.
No. The ICC appeals.
But again, Buzz, what you're forgetting is that we have not given this case the audience we ought to have given. And first of all, you have to remember what Matsanga said. But I've been following in piecemeal, not wholly the way I should. But the patchworks that I'm getting, if your name has been mentioned 874 times, that you are the person under which all this was done, and remember, Gicheru's case is because they're trying to prove that Gicheru hid whatever is to follow to get through Ruto. Even if Gicheru is found not guilty, that is not the way he isn't blocked for Ruto. They must get to Ruto because his case, as you said, was halted, we must find, because his case was never closed. The evidence,
it was vacated.
The evidence is that was blocked, and the case against Ruto is perjury. It continues. His case doesn't close the way you think. They must get to the root of the cause. So don't think that Gisheru's case is a closure to Ruto's case. No.
Give him another side of the coin. In case Gicheru tomorrow comes back and said, I don't want you to go to summary of your decision, I plead guilty. Have you heard that?
If he takes a plea bargain.
Yes, and the takes a plea bargain and says, I will be your witness. I will tell you who gave me the money.
Which is likely to be 70% he might do that, because where we have gotten to.
And Kariua and Baz, you think you are very clever. How did Mr. Gicheru arrive there? Did you take him there? Who told him to go there? Baz, you people from that, all the time you want to make noise on me. Now I've found you here.
You know, Wamatangi, ni Wamatangi tu Wamatangi.
You are Matangi, you tell me.
No, Matsanga, for the record,
you are asking tough questions about Kariua Metoroka. Kariua, where are you?
Kariua is there. For the record, Baz does not come from that area. Baz is from my homemade. Baz was playing, but Baz is not from there.
Let me tell you, Baz, Maneno, the world is seriously bad. If that case, let's pray that, I don't know how we can pray, but I think it is a very bad case. Whoever arranged it, Baz, for this man to go there must have a very good elaborate plan, isn't it, Alex? There must be a strategy, tactical, that if you go there, and I don't know, I was not part of this.
Mr. Masang, I think the DP has been praying very hard, so I think the prayers are working.
Doesn't pray. Don't you pray? Brother, the DP has been doing what? Has been praying. DP is Zakayo. You can pray, but God told you to return everything. He has not returned anything to the kingdom of God. So he's a Zakayo. When is Zakayo?
You know, Baz.
When
Nietzsche said religion is the opium for the poor, he did not mean poverty of property. He said poverty of mind. You are exhibiting poverty of mind. That now religion is the key. Now you must pray until you get from egg. Baz, yes. I mean, you are being reckless here today.
You have stolen. Then you say you are praying. You have stolen. You even have the panga. You see, one of the most interesting thing about the Gicheru's case is like when you kill a person with a panga, and you go with that panga to the police station, holding it in the hand. Gicheru went with his own phone and a laptop.
You know.
I don't know why UDA wing are never ashamed to mention God in everything they do. Yet there is no character evidence that these guys mean what they say.
No, but God is their personal God.
They used to sing to us, si uchawi ni maombi. Na kumbe haikuwa maombi, it was eliminating witnesses.
Yes, he went to United States.
Let's be frank. Nadala kutuambia you have eliminated witnesses, unaambia si uchawi ni maombi.
Yes. And most of the people, you know, most of the people who suffered are from Ruyaland. Alex, tell Mbaz to know.
You know, Dr. Masanga, I am just listening to you.
Please, I was
and just a minute, and I have listened to some of your clips in 2010 and 2009.
Yes.
And absolutely they are so conflicting with what you are saying today. Because you came out so aggressively and actually attacked the ICC in anything they did on both cases.
Yes.
But today you seem to be in a paradigm shift that you now have. It is like you're saying, what I did that time, I did it out of knowledge, or I did not have the complete information.
No.
And now I am wiser.
Yes.
It is kind of it, because Mr. Matsanga, you need.
When Napoleon started the war.
Kumeenda huko.
When Napoleon started the war, he did not know whether he was going.
Umeenda huko.
Mfungulie Bible
verse. Napoleon started the war. As the war progressed, Napoleon changed the tactics. And I thought that he has now reached a point where he can win the entire Europe. That's why you hear of the Waterloo. So I might have also reached a Waterloo point. You never know. The changes come. At that time, I was a Pan-African defending Africa against, the whole Africa was against ICC. And I stood firm. I took a message very clearly that we should not have Africans airlifted from here and dropped in India via Mediterranean Sea to Europe. If we can, let them be tried on the continent of Africa. That was my stand. 2, when you look at the cases that Ocampo has investigated, all of them have the same pattern. He goes for one side and leaves the other. They are not like cases of Yugoslavia, where we got Milosevic and the Bosnians, the Serbs, Bosnians, Albanians, Bosnians, Macedonia, Bosnians, and we took all of them to court. This one, they selected two types, ODM 3, PNU 3. You cannot do that in justice. In any judicial system, prudence, you can't do that. I can't accept that. I looked at it, I said, no way. This has to be opposed. Luckily enough, God was on my side, unlike your God with Ruto, whom you pray every day. Mine was on my side. I managed to expose these guys, made noise internationally on BBC, on CNN, everywhere. I was there. And I'm surprised that you didn't see me. I'm very surprised that you didn't even know that this was the man talking on BBC on Focus on Africa from 1982. I don't know whether you were even born. You see? So I'm not going to condemn you because you are still in mommy's womb. At that time, you didn't know much about all these things. So the whole thing is a very terrible situation. Brother, like it or not, it is not as rosy as you think. It is dangerous.
Dr. Matsanga, we come to this platform not only to listen and maybe to learn from you, but I must say that the activism in you is now kind of a challenge to us, because an activism has to have a clear purpose and a clear line, but the manner in which you have changed goalposts now, it wonders me whether you are you on higher or what is it? Because if it was true activism which you started in 1982 against the ICC or against the oppression from the West.
You want me to tell you the truth?
No, not the truth. Let me finish first of all before you speak.
No, let me. I know where you are going. Can I tell you?
No, not where I'm going. We said we admire that, and we would love to have that spirit of activism.
Yes, up to today, I hate ICC.
And you should not support it on any matter.
No. I have not said I'm supporting. I'm only giving you. I'm giving you information.
Excuse me, Baz. Me, what I know, Dr. Matsanga is a lawyer, and lawyers, when you are when you have got a case, for them to help you, they should know the nitty-gritty of that case. You will even sometimes tell them the truth that I killed Alex, but I want you to go and defend me that I did not kill Alex. So maybe by the time he was defending all these people, he had to get some truth. And when he had done his part, as a lawyer, you do your part, and then you come out. So when you have come out and your client starts misbehaving, now what will you do? Or do you want Dr. Matsanga to return to ICC to defend the same rules? Dr. Matsanga, you are done your part. You have got all the rights. I've even seen in Kenyan courts where lawyers go to defense and then they withdraw. They leave that case, and the victim goes ahead and whatever happens. We get another lawyer, goes on. So I think you are not, it is only a fool who does not change. When it was 2013, 2017, when you were on the other side and we were very bitter. In fact, by those days, K24, you were not missing. I don't know. So you were just, and I was getting annoyed. You wanted to break up my television, but then today you are here. Then when you, so the other side, I know they are bitter because you are here. But you're not here, but you have been forced. It's just circumstance. Uhuru has done nothing bad to you. But this is the guy whom his own deeds are what is following him. Because if that Raila was not there, this guy could have been the president now. Why the rush to be the president before the term of the sworn-in president ends? What was he trying to do? To defend? And then even if you become president for 40 years without dying, like the Caesar was born, I have never had another president in Uganda. No, it's Museveni, and even coming future with Museveni. But it will reach a time when Museveni will be too old to. I will just live by it. The way Mugabe, who knew Mugabe could live, Mugabe left and died almost immediately. So, but let us leave Matsanga to go and rest. Matsanga, you go to Dr. Matsanga, go to the beach. It is getting late. You will miss so many good things at the beach.
Thank you very much. God will give you in abundance, Mr. OT, for defending me. And Baz, thank you very much. You need to learn more about me. I'm a man who is insulted 10,000 insults a day, but I don't care a damn. And thank you, Mr. Mzee, ndugu yangu, asante sana. Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much, Penny Nyagak, my friend who said my opinion polls were not good, but they will be very good one day when you put them. So,
hey, Matsanga.
Yes.
Matsanga, what did you put? All I was saying is that the statistics, I mean, the idea of the polls that you see in Europe or US states are not the same questions that you can get in Africa. You can get an opinion, a poll, which you paid for, and give you an answer that you want. That's what I was saying. Can you really, let me ask you the last question, can you really compare the polls that you've done or the polls that are done in third world countries, particularly Africa, that they are accurate? That's what I was saying. Thank you.
Okay. If you are talking about the African opinion polls, you are right. Some of them are not correct. I agree with you on that. But I disagree with you saying mine are not correct. I don't agree with you when you say mine are not correct. Mine are correct because I have done them myself for 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks I've been releasing. I look at the factors. I look at the opinion. I sample them on people. How many people have voted against this idea, that idea, and I do it. I don't do it for money. I do it for informing the public. I have not exaggerated. I have not lowered anybody's mark.
I agree with you, and I hope that we can have more questions that are clearly aimed at what we want as Africans, as Kenyans, as Ugandans. But we have to really develop the criteria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Ben. I think we shall continue to interact, and in case I ask for every time you are also on interactive and the debate is hot, always send me the link. I want to enter, especially to challenge people like Baz. You know, they have ideas of they have been washed by wheelbarrow, and they think that a wheelbarrow will take them to hospital like an ambulance. So,
for your information, Dr. Matsanga, Bas is one of the voters who underwent apathy when there was a nomination. He never turned up to vote for his.
I cannot fail to go to work to go and join nomination queues. That's why on an election day, it's a holiday.
Even the election day, you'll say that.
It is a holiday, so that one everyone is free to go and vote. And thank you very much, Dr. Matsanga, for interacting with you. It has been a pleasure.
But you cannot miss your few shillings on one day to go for a nomination, which is a fast.
No.
So it concludes by saying the nominations were fast to the extent that Mr. Baz did not even want to turn. Those are one of the factors that I told you. People will ask, what is it in for me?
In fact, Dr. Matsanga, that nomination has given Azimio some marks. I saw Kate Waruguru today was really crying and has changed the tone that there are ladies who need to be seduced. So whether Raila comes to seduce them, whoever comes with the highest price, they will say yes and will be married to them. Now it is no longer abusing Ruto and Raila. In fact, he is dumping Ruto, abusing Uhuru and Raila. He is dumping Ruto very soon and is joining because they were in a meeting with some Gama leaders and he said when he goes there, whether he's in Azimio, whether he's Takatako Kilaweke, he will always meet his Kikuyu counterparts and they will always talk about development of their area. So he has also changed the tune and I've also seen some clips. The other, I'm also in the other Mutembe where Bernard is sharing. I've seen some people in Kiambu coercing the returning officer to, you must announce our man. If you don't announce our man, we are going to Azimio and to Raila now. And they have, in fact, it has been really an interesting story here. So I think, Baz, with your Shambolic, I don't know which term to use, nomination, it has also given us some. Go ahead.
Baz has told you he did not attend.
Listen 1 minute. Listen 1 minute.
Mshuke muende wapi? Nyinyi wale ambao uko Nairobi mweketi. Hatutakubali, tunataka haki. Angalia sasa, watu walipiga kura usiku. Usiku wa watu walipiga kura, ona. Alafu sasa mnatuambia eti tutulie. Alafu mnatuambia eti kuna ingine inaprintiwa Nairobi inaletwa. Inaletwa wapi? Kwa hivyo tunaomba Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Mheshimiwa William Ruto, najua unaniona na unanisikiza. Uketi Nairobi ukiwa umepanga nyumbani. La sivyo, mimi mwenyewe pati nitasema leo. Ukijaribu kutulazimisha leo hii kwa hii process, tunaambia Raila karibu Bomet.
Karibu Bomet.
Yeah, so Baz, this is what I was saying.
Okay,
Baz, this one.
Yes.
1 minute, Matsangi. Baz, this is what I was saying. As you may not take it lightly, but as people that usually come to the panel and have a very cogent, persuasive debate, it is careless of you to say that, how can I leave work and go to nomination? There is a better way to say it, because if you can say that, you can imagine what other people can say. The democratic process cannot be disrespected because of work, because actually your work will have more meaning and satisfaction by respecting the democratic space. If you believe that you need a better leader, and Kiambu or wherever you are also need a better governor to give you a space so that you can go to your office, for example, road and ABCD, you cannot say that you cannot leave work to go. I mean, that is a of the political process. I expected you to say something else, but you cannot rubbish a nomination process that you believe in. If I was in Kenya and I do not go to attend the ODM nomination, and the way I've been in the panel day and night, you must take on me. As a friend, you must take on me and tell me, Alex, that is wrong. So if I realize that Wekesa, who is in Azimio, and he's in Bungoma, and that is where he's voting, and he is talking about nomination in a manner that is dispelling them, we must take on him. So as an individual and as a friend who has been in the panel, I'll take on you and say, you cannot underestimate the power of going to nomination. It's because of those people who went to nomination who are able to get out some of the rejects, people who could have failed terribly in the nomination of your people. Now that they have taken them out, in Bomet, we may not even think of fielding somebody because that young girl is a true definition of hustler movement. You people talk. So who ODM can't go there because now we have a true hustler in Bomet. Do you understand that? So don't rubbish that. You should say sorry to your people. You must say, I did not, there was a reason, but it is important to go through that democratic process because that is where we choose our leaders. Lastly, some nominations are like general election. Some nominations are not just nomination. They are general election. You must know that. Some nominations in Luo Nyanza are not nominations. They are general election. You are very wrong here to say what you have said. You should apologize to me.
By the way, some nominations, when you wait until you go general election, you are only going to confirm someone who was already elected in a nomination. So for me, I think...
I want to come to the defense of Baz.
Baz, apologize to me first before you are defended.
No, let me defend. Let me defend him.
Wait, Dr. Matsanga. Missing to vote is not a problem. But the way he talked, it meant like it's an issue.
I was coming to that level that
I understand, Alex. Maybe I sounded out of context and in a very bad way, like demeaning the nomination exercise. Actually, I was tied up because I had to travel very far to where I vote from where I work. That's why I said I could not leave job for that exercise because it was impossible for me to get there in time. I think that's much better, Alex.
Whichever way you change
but those people are using IBC certificate. But the UDA did not do they did not do any nomination because it was said that you use party list. But here you went and took IBC list, which included my name. Even me could have eventually gone there and voted. So it is ODM who did nomination because ODM had got his own list that came from political parties office. But the UDA did not know. So you were just, even if you decided not to go, maybe somebody voted for you.
Let me, I was going to defend Baz in this way. It is important that Kenya changes the law if we are to avoid the voter apathy scenario. That, like in Australia, if you don't vote, Australia and New Zealand, you could go in for almost 6 years. A simple thing for not voting is a mandatory. It's a mandatory in New Zealand and in Australia for every grown-up citizen above 18 to vote. So on a voting day in those countries, you can't just sit at home and say, I don't care. It is a crime. So Kenya, in future, to avoid this laxity of the Mr. Baz saying, I cannot miss my money and go for that thing. You know, that is the statement that has annoyed as tickled Mr. Alex and Wekesa. And for now, don't add there more injury. Just say thank. Sorry, but other than saying, oh, you went somewhere and you are caught up. No, you have already told us your intention. The intention was you did not just want to vote. So it doesn't matter. Any change of statement now does not help you. I am now your lawyer mitigating circumstances before the judge. That nothing can help you now on that. You have already committed an offense, and therefore you can't turn around and say, because I was going to work. No, you have already said, this type of nomination cannot make me lose my money. You know, that's what you say. Lose my work. And I don't.
Yeah, and it brings a very important conversation. Tonight, you know, tonight he's losing his sleep just because he wants to be on this debate. And you see, sleep is very personal, and the work is it belongs to your employer. You are one of the slaves of your employer. So when it comes to personal things, you are willing to lose, but not for employer. Well, boss.
You know, Wekesa, actually, I have voted around three times, and at no time I have never participated in any nomination. I've always voted on a voting day, but on nominations, I have always kept off.
Well, by the way,
all the three.
Ask Buzz, where do you come from?
Uganda.
Kiambu. Hapo kwa kama sio Thika.
Basi useme tu, just say where you are coming from.
Kama sio Thika.
We know you.
No. Dr. Matsanga, kama sio Thika, just next to that barber shop where Nani was abducted. Hapo.
Anatoka Kiringiti. Basi hapa unatoka Nduveri.
I think now we can allow our guest to make his parting shots.
I want just to thank you all and thank those who have been here before. I want to thank these cordial relationship interactions that we have. You can note that I am not a man who gets annoyed. And when it is a debate, I either defeat you on debate on points, or you defeat me on points and we call it a day, but I don't get upset. I am always like this for many years because I've seen quite a lot of things, 10 coups, military coups that overthrew governments in my own country. That experience is good enough. I took part in some of them. So I have seen the full scale of what life is. And I believe you keep your country peaceful, as peaceful Kenyans, these obstacles and the challenges that we have right now will be overcome. Thank you. And thank you very much, Wekesa. Thank you very much, all of you, Oti, Baz, Penny, and Alex, my friend from the United States. When I come in the US, I will come and see you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
But we will not watch Liverpool together.
I'll allow the rest of the panelists to take 1 minute just to make your final statement. And it doesn't mean you have to go to sleep. There is another show going on. So if you want to join, you are free to do that. If you want to watch from behind, you can still do that. So you can make your 1 minute remark each. Tuanzie kwa Oti.
Okay, thank you. I just want to appreciate each and everybody in the show. We have been very good listeners and contributors. But take it easy. I was not in Dr. Matsanga, for the records, I do not know where Baz is coming from. I only know that Alex is my neighbor here in Namira and see. But we have interacted. Maybe I don't know whether it's related to Wamatangi, but I think if not Wamatangi, then Kidure Kindi. But all in all, All in all, let us, those who are in Kenya, let us pray for our country. This is not the time that we should see maybe some fights. Then, you know, the election will come and go. So let us remain friends even after election, because we shall still have some lives to live and for our children. Otherwise, thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Hello? Wekesa, you are...
I'm saying before Bas makes his final remark, I've seen a comment here from Julie. He's saying, Bas, I suspect Bas is not a registered voter.
I also suspect so. I suspect he has not registered as a voter.
Okay, Bas, make your 1 minute remark.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Matsanga and Alex and Fanny. I think this interactive session is always very good because it gives us an opportunity to hear others. And this is an unfiltered channel where we air our views the way we see it and the way we think about it. Today it has been a bit weird debate, I think, with the likes of Dr. Matsanga discussing about an issue that we believe it is behind us, but anyway, it is good because this is a free country. Otherwise, I wish everyone well, and I believe, by the way, we don't have any hatred to Raila Odinga, neither do we have love for William Ruto. Both are Kenyans, and whoever who will take over will be our leader. I think we have always said that. And let's hope for peace and pray for peace, and even ourselves maintain peace. Thank you. I'm a voter.
Thank you. We need that vote for Baba. Penny, how are you?
Hey. Hello.
Yeah, you can make your final.
Yeah, thank you very much, fellow panelists, and it's always very good to hear from you, young people. You really are very knowledgeable, Alex, my young brother. And Bas, hang in there, be tough, because this show is one of the hardest, and it's very entertaining. But stick down there, atuya nasumuza sana, hiyo mzuri. Mr. Matsanga, nice to meet you finally. Even if it's on the air, if you went to Mombasa in August, I'll come buy you lunch. It is always good to be an East African like you and give us enough knowledge from elsewhere that you've been in the world. But yangu ni kusema tu asante sana vijana yangu kina Alex, na tuendelee tu vile basi amesema, sisi zote wengine wetu ni wa UDA na wengine wetu ni wa Azimio, na hiyo ni mzuri. That's a democracy. Vile Matsanga alisema huko England, where he is, the Labour has a certain character to it, and we hope that at the end of this year, which is August, which is the election year, we would have a character of Azimio and a character of UDA. Yes, most of the elections yesterday were shambolic, and we have to remember that Kenya is only 60 years old. Even countries like America, they held their elections and they even tried to overthrow the government. So we have to have knowledge enough to put our country together. And congratulations, we're now in East Africa. And Alex, congratulating you to Matsanga for a very good job he did yesterday and the other day on the 14th. What the police was not harassing anybody, but stood by, and now people are crying from elsewhere. Nobody has attacked the police. Some of us have been number one to attack the police, but Matsanga did a wonderful job. Na kumalizia Matsanga, since tulijua Ocampo kitambo, before he even came to Kenya, we had to stop his meetings in New York and Harvard University. That's when some of us knew Nani Rupita Nyong'o. But that's a story for another day. Thank you very much, vijana yangu. Asante sana. Kwaheri.
Thank you.
Alex?
Yeah, Daktari, it's always nice to have you. I wish I was in Kenya, man. I would have come to Kule Nyama. Najua, you are a very generous man. And we will have really enjoyed. But next time unaenda huko, ambia huyu mzee akupea namba yangu, we meet there. We really need to meet and do one-on-one show. Now that you are in Kenya, I would like you to meet with Wekesa. You do one-on-one show. That can be very captivating. Topical, whereby you focus on, as you said, the Azimio communication breakdown. I mean, we are tired of that shenanigan. We are tired. We are exhausted. We are depleted. And as you said, by Sunday, if this issue is going to go ahead, we will call ourselves the People's Supreme Court will call these people and tell them that we don't want this bullshit anymore. As an information, we must move forward now. The nominations are over, almost over, but the hierarchy of our organization is showing some signs of weakness, which makes a lot of people start questioning the kind of government we are going to have. We should not give our people doubts not to go to the day to vote. Bas did not go to vote because he understood there was no nomination anyway. You know, wamepangwa. Let the Azimio net give us a reason for even my grandmother not to go to vote. They should be serious, because now they have started giving us reasons. Because people are saying, if I'm going to vote for Kalonzo, tena akuje kuharibu government less than 1 year, why should I go to vote? As you said, let's have that topical debate on that communication. It will send chills, because I've realized they are listening to us, especially us here in Mutembe. They are listening to us. So if we dispel those, what they are doing up there, I think they will put the house in order. There are things we have spoken here, and the next day we have seen the changes that are being made. So one thing we must make sure is to tell them that we are tired, we are exhausted, we are depleted for those fights. They must stop right away, and we go to the next stage, that after nomination, prepare your candidates to know what to tell the people. Thank you very much, Mzee.
Now, as we part, I want to thank the guest, Dr. David Matsanga. You have always special insights that you share with us, and most of us always look forward for the next show when you show up. Thank you, panelists, Alex, and the rest who have left. You have made this more interactive, and your questions have broadened the discussion. For our viewers who have come to us through the comments section, we appreciate your comments. For those who hold extreme views, like our guest should not be in Kenya, but should be in Uganda, remember, knowledge, we are in a global village where every knowledge, in fact, we are reaching to each other because of the connectivity of the world. So you may not know even where Kesa is speaking from, Alex is speaking from, but we are all connected together, and our views help to shape our society. They say that injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. So if it's happening here, it can happen anywhere. So let's keep the discussion. I also wanted to say that election will come and go, but the knowledge being dispensed here will abide by you. That's why you can refer to some things in 2017. You say it, Alex said this, or Dr. Matsanga said this, because the knowledge that comes into your mind does not leave. So it's good to pay attention and listen and learn from the conversation, rather than just being reactive to every statement. There's a reason why we have to keep the conversation going. We may not say the things you like, but I can tell you for free, even the 9th August may not go the way you like. but you have to appreciate the results that will come out. So even the discussions that we hold here, it may not necessarily be what you view as precious, but however, you need to understand that knowledge, learning comes when two minds interact. So keep it here. We will always bring you topics that help you to grow your mindset. Otherwise, the other debate is going on, led by our brother Bernard. So you can just switch off here and switch on the other side and keep the conversation going. Have a good night. Happy Easter. Tukutane kesho.
Asante. Sawa wekeza.